Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Zecri by Ella Maven, narrated by Oliver Highpoint and Rachel Woods. Prologue. Zecri. I carefully swiped at the dried blood behind Graven's collar, while my skin had long since turned into a mass of scar tissue. Graven's wounds wouldn't toughen up. He bled every time the chains in his collar were yanked, which was often. "I'm fine," he grumbled, but his face pinched with pain and he wouldn't meet my eyes. I didn't respond and continued to clean him up. He settled down after a while and let me do the work until I felt satisfied. He was as clean as he could get in this filthy place. Truly, Graven was the purest thing here, and that included me. I dropped the blood-stained cloth back into the qua basin and leaned back against the wall. The chains holding me in place rattled, and the sound grated on my raw nerves. Graven lay on his side in front of me on a thin mat with his hands tucked under his head. He wore nothing but a pair of thin briefs, our uniforms here in Fisk, a pleasure house on the outskirts of a seedy town on Vixlisten. I stared at the grimy windows of our room where the glow from a few blurry stars was barely visible. "Zecri," he rasped. I faced him and waited. He gave me a weak smile. "Talk to me." I flinched. His request didn't come often, but when it did, I never denied him. Graven was younger than me, and as the elder warrior, I took my job of caring for him seriously. "What do you want to hear?" "A story," he murmured, his eyes half closed. He'd been gone most of the rotation with a new visitor. While I didn't talk about what I had to do here, Graven needed to verbalize how it made him feel. But this time, he hadn't talked at all, just stumbled in, exhausted and bleeding. When he got like this, I knew he just needed some time. He'd talk tomorrow and then would be back to his smiling self. "A story," I sighed. "Real or fiction?" "Real," he whispered. There was a Drixonian warrior with long hair who lived in chains and was used for the enjoyment of others, until one day he got free. He spent many cycles plotting how to free his friend and get revenge until one day his plan came together. He punished those who had hurt him, and he saved his friend. Together, they carried on the legacy of the Drixonian warriors so no one would ever forget we can't be defeated. Graven smiled sleepily. "I thought I said real." "That's your story," I said. "It's real. It just didn't happen yet." He reached out and squeezed my calf. "It's not my story." "It can be." His eyes opened, and the purple irises glowed as he held my gaze with a seriousness he rarely showed. "No, Zecri, it's not my story, but it might be yours." I swallowed. "I'm not the hero here." He laughed. "And you think I am?" I slapped the chains on the wooden floor, kicking up dust. "There is no legacy for me to carry on." His face fell, and he pushed himself up on his elbow. "Don't. We'll get out, Graven, I promise. And then, if you get out, promise me you won't come back." The words felt like a slap. "What did you say?" "Promise me. If you get out, you'll run far from here. You'll return home. You'll find the rest of the Drix and rebuild with compatible females. You will not risk anything for me." I turned away and locked my jaw. "Zecri!" he barked. I ground my molars until I managed to utter two words which scraped at my throat like blades. "I promise." He sighed and fell back to the ground on his side with a groan. "Good," he yawned. "Now, get some rest." His eyes closed, and it wasn't long before his breaths evened out and a few snores escaped his lips. I leaned forward and pressed a hand to the top of his head. "I promise. I whispered, "that I'll never rest until you are safe and can carry your own legacy. The future of the Drixonians need you." He snuffled while he slumbered. I lay down beside him and fell asleep to the sounds of his snores. When I woke up, Graven wasn't beside me. He wasn't anywhere in Fisk. He had been sold, and I had no idea where he was.
Chapter 1. Sybil. I'd spent nearly a decade on this planet, and I still wasn't used to the food. I winced as another cramp hit and stumbled over a rock. "Sibby?" said a little voice beside me. Swiping at the sweat on my forehead, I righted myself and squeezed Riven's hand. "I'm fine, honey. Just tired." Her nubbed forehead creased, and her little lips turned down in a frown. "You need more sleep." I did, but between sleeping with one eye open and getting kicked or slapped by her tail in the middle of the night, I hadn't had a decent sleep in, well, I couldn't remember. But it was okay. As long as Riven was alive and well, then I'd deal with the fatigue. Never letting my guard down was of utmost importance. That was one thing Graven had always taught me. Trust no one on Vic's listen. No one. "Hurry up," Kilzer barked from his seat in the hover vehicle. "I want to get there before sunset." I picked up the pace, and Riven's little legs moved double time to keep up with my strides. After sliding into the back of the hover vehicle, I settled Riven into my lap. There were no seatbelts, and Kilzer's Plykin bodyguards drove like they had a death wish. I locked my arms around her small blue body and pressed a kiss to the side of her head. She let out a small giggle and squirmed into a comfortable position. She often slept in the vehicles, lulled by the vibrations, but I couldn't let myself join her in dreamland. In her small arms, she clutched a plushie I'd sewn long ago, made of fabric scraps and stuffed with an old t-shirt of mine. The poor excuse for a bear was the only gift I'd ever been able to give her, and she loved the thing. It hadn't been attractive to begin with. My sewing skills left much to be desired, and the buttons for its eyes had long been lost. But Teddy was Riven's best friend. It wasn't the most inventive name, but when I described to Riven I had tried to make her a stuffed animal called a teddy bear, she'd been adamant on the name. One ear had been torn off, and the other was discolored, where Riven had sucked on it for comfort. She had grown out of that now, but Teddy still bore the marks. I patted him on the head. "Is Teddy excited for the trip?" "He can't talk, Sibby," she said with an exasperated eye roll. I smiled, even as a pang hit my heart. She was at that age where she was still a child, but was very much trying to be a grown-up. Every time she acted mature, it nearly took my breath away. She would certainly be taller than me. She already came up to my chest at about 5 cycles old. I wasn't sure what we'd do then. She was easy to hide now, but when she was an adult, not so much. I didn't want to think about how I'd protect a full-grown Drixonian human hybrid female. I sighed as the vehicle lifted from the ground and began to speed over the sand. We were on our way to a pleasure house on the far side of the planet, which he visited every 10 cycles. I'd never been, as Kilzer had bought me about 8 cycles ago. I wasn't sexually compatible with Kilzer, who was a Gatrix, a type of insect alien species with a stinging dick, which was truly the only saving grace in my life, other than Riven. But the pleasure house, named Fisk, had a type of species he could mate with. I didn't know who or what they were, and I didn't really want to know. As long as Riven and I were safe, then that was what mattered. I wasn't sure why we were being taken along. Couldn't Kilzer attend his sex weekend by himself? But no matter the reason, we had been forced to come along, stopping every so often at a filthy lodging house to pass the night. We were now on the last leg of the journey, and I was ready to be done with the travel. I had never been a fan of car trips. I leaned back in my seat and closed my eyes. Riven fell asleep in minutes, and I spent the next few hours listening to Kilzer bark orders at his bodyguards and hiding my face against the stinging red sand. The sun was beginning to set when we rode into the gates of a small town at the base of a rocky outcrop. We continued past a small market, dingy houses, and into a dark section of town, which gave me the shivers. The vehicle finally stopped outside an unmarked 3-story building. Kilzer stepped onto the ground with his stick-like legs and scratched his thorax with his 2-fingered arm, of which he had a total of 6. His beady eyes gazed up at the grimy windows as his antennas began to vibrate, a sign of either excitement or agitation. The door opened, and a female Plycan stepped outside with her arms crossed over her ample chest. "It's been a long time, Kilzer." Plycans were nasty aliens, gray in color with varying shades of black, gray, or white hair. They bore temperamental dispositions. The females were tall and muscled. This one was named Wargo, and the only reason I knew was because she used to own Graven before he was sold to Kilzer. Kilzer took a step forward, his leg joints clicking. "I heard you have something for me." She gave him a smarmy smile. "You don't visit often, but when you do, you pay well." Her gaze drifted to the vehicle, and when she caught sight of me and Riven, her smile dropped off, and her eyes went wide. "Is that... Kilzer, you? That's for later," he said, waving a leg in my general direction. I cursed myself for not covering Riven sooner. I'd hoped to fly under the radar here. Was it possible she recognized Riven as Graven's offspring? I hoped not. He'd told me that he'd been one of her favorites, and if she thought she could get a piece of him in the form of his child, I didn't want to think about what she would do. She blinked a few times and opened her mouth, but Kilzer stepped between us, blocking her view. "Wargo." I couldn't see her, but her voice wavered for a moment before she cleared her throat. "Yes, let me show you to your rooms. Your pixies are waiting for you. I handpicked them myself." "Of course you did." He followed her into the building, his voice slowly drifting away. His Plycan guards shuffled me out of the vehicle, and I held Riven in my arms, covering her with a blanket so her blue scales and nubby horns didn't draw attention. She was a gorgeous little thing, and if Graven was correct, then she was the only female Drixonian alive, which meant just about anyone on this planet would kill to get their hands on her. To me, she was my everything. To anyone else, she was just a thing to sell. I hated this goddamn planet. She slept in my arms, and her head bobbed on my shoulder as we entered the pleasure house. I kept my head down. While Riven was worth a lot, I, as a human female, wasn't worthless either. Even now, plenty of aliens who lounged around the bar area of the pleasure house followed me closely with their eyes as I made my way across the floor. My hair was long, because Kilzer didn't hire someone to cut it, and he refused to let me near anything sharp, after I stabbed one of his bodyguards with a shiv I'd carved out of a brush. The blonde locks hung down to my butt. I wore a pair of tight pants, boots, and a bandeau top. I would have loved to wear more clothes, but Kilzer didn't give me much material. I usually tore up my clothes to give more to Riven. My pale skin was like a beacon here among the alien colors. I hugged Riven tighter and soldiered on as the Plycans led me up a set of stairs. Riven and I were placed in a room alone. When the lock bolted into place, she woke in my arms with a jerk and a yawn. Rubbing her eyes, she blinked at me sleepily. "Sibby?" "I should have woken you up earlier," I said with a smile. "Now you're not going to be able to sleep tonight." Her stomach rumbled, and she smiled. "I will after a meal." There was a knock at the door, and then it opened to reveal a Plycan child carrying a tray. He placed it on the floor, and then scurried back out without a word. Riven trotted over to it and squatted down. Lifting off the dome, she hummed with contentment before shoving a wedge of cheese in her mouth. "Jimmy, come eat!" I was starving and walked over to find a few pieces of jerky that usually agreed with my stomach. I munched on those, leaving the majority of the food to Riven. Her shiny black hair had come loose from the single braid I'd done that morning. I hooked a lock over her ear so it wouldn't dangle in the food below. "Do you like the food?" Riven nodded with a full mouth and grin. But she wasn't a picky eater. She also grew like a weed. Already her head was up to my chest, and I was 5'6". Graven had said Drixonians reached maturity around 10 or 12 cycles. I couldn't imagine her not being my baby anymore. Finally full, she stretched out on the floor with her hand on her bulging belly and the other clutching Teddy. She preferred to wear leggings with a tunic and flat shoes. Her hair splayed on the floor around her, and I forced myself not to mention how dirty it was getting. She seemed so content lying. "Why are we here?" her voice asked after a long moment of silence. I crossed my legs in front of me. "What?" She eyed me with an unusually serious look. "Why did Kilzer bring us here?" I patted her leg. Maybe he just wanted to give us a change of scenery. Eager to change the subject, I gestured toward the bathroom door. "Why don't you—" "Will he separate us?" She wasn't to be deterred, and when she was curious about something, she was like a dog with a bone. Just the thought of Kilzer taking Riven away from me fired my blood. My molars squeaked as I grated my teeth together. Forcing myself to stay calm, I shook my head. "No." "How can you be so sure?" "Because I will never let him take you from me." She studied me for a moment. "Sibby?" "Yeah?" "I'll never let him take you from me." Her hands balled into fists as she heaved a sigh and stared at the ceiling. "I can't wait until I'm full grown and can protect you like you've protected me." I swallowed around the lump in my throat. "Riv." "One day, I'll pay you back for all you've done for me." "You pay me back every day." I once again squeezed her ankle. "What's with this talk? Nothing's going to happen to us. Come on, let's use the cleanser and get ready for bed." Riven didn't answer for a moment, but then her features softened, and she gave me a shy smile. "Sure, Sibby." We took turns in the cleanser, a shower-like device which cleaned us with high-powered filtered air. I went second, and when I emerged, wearing a ripped tank top and a pair of short, loose shorts, Riven was standing at the window with her face pressed to the dirty glass. I rushed over and pulled her away. She stumbled and let out a yelp. "What's wrong?" I sat down on the mat and tugged her down with me. "Riv, anyone could have seen you standing out the window." "Why?" She stopped abruptly, and then her face fell. With a resigned nod, she sighed. "You're right." I'd explained many times why it was important to remain hidden on this planet. It broke my heart, but Graven's constant warnings echoed in my head. I had promised I'd protect her, and I would. "I'm sorry, Riv." "It's not your fault." She gazed at the window. "One day it won't be like this," I whispered, petting her shiny hair. Her violet eyes held mine, and then she wrapped me in a small, warm hug. "Okay, Sibby." "Time for sleep?" "Time for sleep." We curled up on the mat together, and I covered us with the blanket. She fell asleep quickly. I didn't follow for quite some time.
Zecri. I'd seen a flash of familiar blue through the dirt-encrusted window. I was sure I had. My breath grew short, and I gripped my chest as I sought to control my racing Cora. Every cycle I traveled here on the same rotation to see if Graven's buyer had returned. Every cycle I'd left disappointed, but convinced this was the only way I could find him. I'd paid plenty of Plikins for information, and they told me a Kilzer had bought him, and he returned every rotation to Fisk for the pixies Wargo provided to him. I'd tried to follow him to his home a few times, but always lost his track somewhere around the 4th rotation. I had to play it smart, or I'd endanger Graven. The anticipation of seeing my old friend again was nearly enough to send me into a battle rage and descend on Fisk like a crashing monster. I waited in the shadows of the alley until the sounds from inside Fisk grew quieter. Most of the clients would have retreated to their private rooms now to finish with their purchases. I hoped Graven had been given the night off, but even if he hadn't, this would be the last night he'd be forced into this life. I drew up the cloak over my head and pulled the cloth around my neck up over my mouth and nose. Shoving a pair of dark glasses over my eyes to hide my purple irises, I slipped from my hiding place. Striding across the alley, I arrived at the back delivery door, heavily bolted but no match for my machetes. Unleashing the blades from my skin, I sliced through the lock. I caught it before it could clatter to the ground and placed it down gently. The door opened silently, and I slipped inside. The back staircase was used for storage, so piles of supplies and trash blocked the way to the second floor. I frowned at the fire hazard as I picked my way through. At the top of the stairs, I remained hidden against the wall and listened for the sounds of guards. Only occasional moans of pleasure and giggles reached my ears. The sounds brought up ugly memories I longed to forget, but I reminded myself I wasn't a pleasure slave anymore. I'd gotten out, and the only reason I returned was for Graven. Peering around the corner, I found a dozing Plycan guard on the floor outside the room with the window where I'd seen Graven. With careful steps, I padded down the hall until I reached his side. He grumbled in his sleep, and his eyes blinked open. They went wide when he saw me, but before he could get a word out, I reached down and snapped his neck. He went limp, and I propped him up again to simulate a sleeping form. The door was locked, but after a quick pick with my claws, the knob turned. I took a step inside and closed the door behind me. Eager to see Graven, I turned around to find not one large form lying motionless beneath the covering, but rather a small one and an even smaller one. I went still just as the larger of the two stirred. A dim lantern in the room caught on a lock of yellow hair before the figure turned a pale face to me. I couldn't get a good look before the creature let out a startled yelp. It rose from the bed on two skinny legs, 5-fingered hands fisted at its side, and stood over the other figure. Legs braced, a human female stared at me with flared nostrils and wild eyes. "I don't know how you got in here, but don't come any closer," she growled in a raspy voice. "We're not pleasure slaves, so go downstairs and talk to Wargo." I stared at her, unable to believe my eyes. I'd never seen a human female in a pleasure house. They were rare and fragile. Most species weren't sexually compatible with them, and if they were, well, they had to be careful. "Sibby?" came a soft voice. The figure under the human stirred, and for the first time the human's expression registered genuine fear rather than anger. My gaze dropped to the moving form, and I caught sight of a lock of black hair before the human let out a roar of rage and leapt off the bed. Wrapping the covering tightly around the smaller figure, she shoved it into the corner before placing herself between us. Her legs braced apart, fists up, she stood wearing almost no clothing. No defenses, no weapons. Her thin, pale skin nearly translucent. I could have ripped her to shreds before she ever threw a punch. "Stay back," she growled. "There's nothing here for you." I stared at the human female, who remained braced for battle even though I was 3 times the size of her. The figure in the corner trembled, and I caught sight of one blue finger clutching the covering. But that couldn't be Graven. It was much too small. Slowly, the covering fell away, revealing black horn nubs and 2 glowing purple eyes. My breath left my body. My core pounded so loud in my ears I thought I'd pass out. I swayed on my feet, and the human blinked rapidly at me and frowned. "What?" I fell to my knees as those purple eyes, so familiar yet so different, held my gaze. I reached up and shoved my hood off. The human let out a gasp as I tugged down the covering over my nose and mouth. Last, I reached up with a shaking hand and tore my glasses off my face. Tossing them into the corner of the room, I bent my head and crossed my wrists in front of my neck in the Drixonian greeting in sign of respect. I remained still as a statue on my knees. The Drixonian chit slowly withdrew the covering and shifted to get a closer look at me from around the human's leg. "Sibby?" she asked with a trembling voice. "Yes," the human rasped with a deep gulp. "Is he?" "Yes," the human answered as clear liquid dripped down her cheeks. "Yes, Riven, he's a Drixonian, just like you."
Chapter 2. Sybil. Graven had told me to trust no one on this planet, but he had given me one exception. Only one. A Drixonian warrior who went by the name of Zecri. He said Zecri had long black hair and bore many scars on his neck, wrists, and back. This Drixonian on his knees in front of me wore a cloth around his neck. Still, I couldn't deny the way he fell to the ground when he saw Riven. I knew what his crossed wrists meant. He was giving us the Drixonian greeting and sign of respect. But I didn't let my guard down, not when Riven was at stake. "Who are you?" His purple eyes, which were laser-focused on Riven, lifted to me. "Zecri." My legs wobbled, and I locked my knees so I wouldn't fall. I swallowed. "Why are you here?" "Who is she?" I asked first. His head cocked slightly, and his hands dropped to rest on his thighs. "You've heard my name." He was massive, and his gaze wasn't warm like Graven's. Other than his initial shock at seeing Riven, he maintained a controlled mask over his features. He could easily overpower me and steal Riven. Was he really Zecri? Could I trust him? "I have." His gaze bore into mine like lasers. "Where is Graven?" I couldn't help the small sob which escaped my throat. Riven's hand curled around my leg, and her small claws dug into my skin. I winced at the pain, but it was nothing compared to Riven's small voice when she said, "My father is dead." The howl which left the Drixonian's mouth chilled me to the core. He threw his head back and let out a sound so full of grief and despair, I finally let my knees buckle. I hit the ground with a thud, just as he pitched forward onto his hands and knees, giant back heaving. Immediately, footsteps pounded outside. I curled my body protectively around Riven as the door flung open and Plikins piled into the room. Zecri let out a snarl of rage and pain as he shoved off his coat and sprang to his feet in one solid motion. He turned, and I gasped at the sight of his bare back, which was a twisted mass of scar tissue. His neck and wrists were also badly mangled. With a growl, he unleashed his machetes and tore into the guards. I tried to cover Riven's eyes, but she shoved me away and watched as Zecri laid waste to the Pliken guards. But more came, and then more. Too many to count rushed into the room until Zecri was buried. He snarled and lashed out as sprays of Pliken blood arced in the air. He would have won, too, if it wasn't for Wargo rushing in and slamming a needle into the side of his neck. Rising to his feet, he wobbled, glaring at her, while covered in blood. Spit pooled in the corner of his mouth and dripped to the floor as he lurched toward her. "You," he whispered. Wargo crossed her arms over her chest and gave him an eerie, fond smile. "My favorite has returned. I knew you wouldn't stay away forever." "Flecking bitch," he said in a garbled tone before he swayed and hit the floor with a thud. Out cold. "No!" Riven shouted and tried to reach for him, but I held her back. Wargo's gaze immediately darted to us, and her expression shifted to disdain. "Did you let him in?" I stayed silent and clapped my hand over Riven's mouth. I'd learned long ago the best thing to do on this planet when it came to my enemies, was to stay silent. Don't give them any fuel to hurt me or Riven. And at this point, I was protecting Zecri too. I stared at his motionless body. I willed him to get up and fight more. I wished I had machetes, and I could slice into Wargo's smarmy face. But all I had was my wits. Psh, Wargo said with a sneer. She clapped her hands to the remaining Plycan guards. Clean this up. Put Zecri back in his old room, and let me know when he wakes. We have a lot of catching up to do. All rooms are full, reported a Plycan. I couldn't take my eyes off Zecri's bloodied form. Wargo curled her lip. Then just chain him up here. Her gaze shifted to me, and I fought not to cower. With careful steps, she walked to stand in front of me, until I had to crane my neck back to look at her. When he wakes up, let him know that if he acts up again, I'll take the punishment out on you. When she smiled, a chill crept down my spine. Understood? I nodded, not trusting my voice. I didn't care if they flayed me alive. All I wanted was for Zecri to wake up and save Riven. I'd do anything to get her to safety. There was a whole planet of me. There was only one of her. With a sharp turn, she strolled out the door. Her guards made quick work of chaining the unconscious Zecri to a series of steel beams in the wall, which were clearly there for that purpose. When they left, Riven lunged out of my arms. Riv! I called after her, but she was already sliding to her knees at his side. He lay slumped in the corner, his long black hair, now matted with blood, covering his face. I knelt at her side as she reached out to carefully wipe at a cut on his cheek. He knew my father? I think he did. My voice didn't sound like mine. Will he be okay? I could tell she felt as helpless as I did. Reaching for a basin of qua, I slid it over in front of us and picked up one of the washcloths inside. Why don't we clean him? Riven gave me a halting nod, and with a slow swallow, picked up a washcloth. While she worked on his arms, I wiped his hair clean. Drixonian hair looked like ours, but had an oily coating that kept it from getting wet and greasy, kind of like duck's feathers. Once I finished cleaning his hair, I moved to his face. He looked older than Graven. Small crow's feet creased the corners of his eyes, and a few scars marred his lips. I untied the cloth from around his neck and gasped at the scarring there. Sibby? Riven asked. I quickly retied the cloth so she wouldn't see. It's fine. Shackles covered his wrists, but when I moved his hand, I caught sight of the scars beneath the metal. I closed my eyes as my heart lurched. This was definitely him. Zecri. The one Graven said could be trusted. And now he was chained up with us. I placed a hand on Riven's back. Let's get some sleep, so we are rested when he wakes, okay? She glanced at the bedding pad along the wall. It's too far away. What if he wakes up scared, thinking he's alone? I smiled and ruffled her hair. Why don't we drag the bedding over and sleep next to him? Would you like that? She nodded eagerly and immediately sprang to her feet. We pulled the bedding pad as close to Zecri's form as we could. When I pulled her into my arms and covered us with the blanket, she fell asleep almost immediately. I stayed awake, staring at Zecri, until my eyes grew heavy. I didn't know what was in store for the future, but I had a feeling that things would drastically change. I kissed the top of Riven's head. I'd take whatever came, as long as she was safe and happy.
Zecri. I opened my eyes to dull sunlight creeping in through the dirty window of Fisk. My head felt like my skull had been cracked open, but I knew what that was from. Margot's favorite weapon. It wasn't the first time I'd been on the wrong end of her needle, but I vowed it would be my last. Faint noises drew my attention, and I blinked a few times until the blurry figures in front of me came into focus. The human and the Drix chit were both crouched over a tray of food. They were separating out portions into thirds, except the human had nothing but a steaming mug and a teen bar. In front of the chit was a pile of fresh fruits with some jerky. The third plate, which sat closest to me, was piled high. "Will that be enough?" The human murmured to herself. "Graven ate a lot. He can have mine," the chit said. I remember now that the human and chit had called each other Sibby and Riven. "No," Sibby said quickly. "Eat up, you're still growing." When Riven ducked her head to pop a piece of fresh fruit in her mouth, Sibby quickly dropped the teen bar with the rest of my food and picked up the plate. She rose with a sigh and stepped toward me. Her gaze lifted and met mine. She let out a squeal of surprise and the tray tilted. I reached out and caught it before it hit the ground. Sibby's chest rose and fell as she stared at me before she quickly recovered. Smiling tentatively, she crept closer to my side while I set the tray on the floor. "Are you feeling okay?" She pushed a jug of qua closer to me. Riven stared at me with her jaw dropped, half-chewed food still in her mouth. "I'm fine." I adjusted my position as I chugged the qua. "Please eat. What did you eat?" Sibby blinked at me. "What? What did you eat?" "You didn't eat anything yet." I pushed the tray toward her. "Eat something." "I'm fine." "Eat something." I ordered her with a command no Drixonian would dare disobey. But this human wasn't a Drixonian. Immediately her spine snapped straight and her eyes narrowed. "I'm 33 years old. I know when I'm hungry. You're the one who was bleeding and need it more than I do." I gritted my teeth. I didn't need her to worry about me. "I want you to eat because I need you to keep up your strength and take care of the chit." Her cheeks flamed, and I realized I made her even angrier. "I can take care of her just fine." I took a deep breath before softening my voice. "Then I want you to eat to take care of yourself." Some of the fire left her eyes as she watched me. Then, carefully, she reached out and grabbed the teen bar off my tray. She ate it in 3 bites, which only proved she was, in fact, hungry. I ate as little as I dared to get rid of the effects of the ricin, then shoved the rest of the tray at the human. While she ate, she kept glancing at me. "I'm sorry," she finally said. "I didn't mean to snap at you. It's just been Riven and I alone for a long time, and I've tried my best to take care of her, but many times I worry it's not enough." I remembered the way she'd thrown herself protectively in front of Riven when I'd entered the room. This small human had been prepared to battle with nothing but her fist to protect her chit. Even now, she wanted to give Riven and I the biggest portions of food. What else had she sacrificed already? How could she think that wasn't enough? "Sibby," Riven said, pressing close to her side. "You take good care of me. Why did you come here?" she asked me. "I came to save Graven," I answered. Sibby flinched, and her eyes filled with liquid. She sniffed and swiped at her cheeks. "He told me so many times not to trust anyone on this planet, but there was one person he said I could trust." She studied me carefully. "Zecri. We were here together for many cycles until he was sold. I got free, and I've been looking for him ever since." "I'm sorry," she whispered. "I'm too late." She nodded and bit her lip while Riven snuggled deeper into her side. "After Riven was born, they deemed him too protective and aggressive, and I slammed my fist on the ground and she jerked. Riven let out a squeak of fright, and I took a deep breath so I didn't rage. As soon as I'd seen them, I thought part of me knew Graven was no longer alive. Hearing it confirmed still hurt like a death blow. "They killed him?" "They did." "Who?" "Kills-her," she whispered. "Then I will kill him." She swallowed and nodded. "I won't stop you." The human's eyes dropped to the tray before she sat back and met my gaze. "If you do that, then you'll help get Riven to safety, right? If I can get you out of those chains, you'll take her somewhere where she can be safe and happy." Her round eyes held me captive and gave away everything she was thinking. "The moment I saw you both, that became my mission." "I'm sorry there were too many Plycans." "There weren't too many," I said. "I could have killed them all, but I had no plan yet on how to get you to safety, so I let Wargo do what I knew she'd do." I sighed and let my head fall back on the wall. "She's predictable." "Wait, you let them?" "I let them overpower me." "Why?" "So I could talk to you, gain your trust, and decide how to get out of here. If I would have killed the guards and taken you last night, it would have been only moments before Wargo sent another legion after me. I'd like a better head start than that." "So, you'll do it?" The human shuffled closer. "You'll take care of Riven?" I lifted a brow, and the words came out before I could even think about them. "And you." "I don't." "And you," I repeated. I told myself it was ingrained in me as a Drixonian. I swore to protect the human, but there was something else about her that drew my attention. As long as I lived, I knew I'd never forget the way she curled her vulnerable body around Riven to protect her. She pursed her lips. "Promise me, if you have to choose between us, you'll choose Riven. Every time, you'll choose her safety over mine." I studied Sibby's face, the earnestness in her pretty blue eyes. "I'd choose her safety over mine." "That's not really the answer I was looking for." "That's the only one you're getting." She sat back on her haunches. "You're just like Graven said you'd be." A pain pierced my core, and I thought the reason was the mention of Graven until I found myself captivated by the look of affection on Sibby's face. The pain wasn't from the loss of Graven. It was an emotion I'd never felt before, but all I could think about was what it would feel like for someone to feel that way about me. Graven had been lucky. At least before he left this galaxy, he'd had companionship, a mate, and he deserved it. I cleared my throat. "I'm sorry you both lost him too." She rubbed her eyes and let out a long exhalation. Riven watched her closely, and Sibby gave her a smile as she patted her head. "Did you get enough to eat?" Riven nodded with a yawn. "Why don't you lie down? You didn't get a lot of sleep last night." I noticed how the bedding pad had been moved closer to me. Had they slept there all night? "I wanted to talk to Zecri," Riven said softly. "How about we let him rest a little too, okay?" Riven nodded and crawled over to the bed before pulling the covers over her head. In moments, she was asleep and snoring slightly. I wanted to talk to the chit, but I was still barely able to believe she was real. Looking at her was like looking into the sun. I could practically hear Graven telling me to talk to her, to get her to like me, but that had never been something I was good at. Everyone loved Graven, but not me. What really mattered was getting Riven to safety, not getting her emotionally involved with me. I wouldn't be her surrogate father. I watched the rise and fall of her back as she slept. "Did Graven tell her about who she is?" The human rocked back and forth. "My biggest regret is he never got to hold her." "What?" I asked sharply. "After she was born, there was so much blood. He could smell it. He went into a rage, and they couldn't get him to calm down, so they had to put him down." "Why was there so much blood?" Sibby lifted her head as liquid flowed down her cheeks to drip off her chin. "Because Riven's mother died in childbirth." Chapter 3. Zecri. I wasn't sure I heard her right. "You're not Riven's mother?" The human shook her head. "I did not give birth to her, but I'm the only mother she's ever known." "But Graven..." She smiled a sad smile. "He was my friend. He and his human mate Beth. They forced them together to..." She swallowed. "To produce, but they ended up forming a strong bond. She cared about him so much, if that makes you feel better. They were as happy as they could be in their situation. Graven was anxious about Riven's birth, but we all had a plan to get free, until Beth died and Graven was killed. I was all that was left. The last conversation I had with Graven was him asking me to take care of Beth and Riven if anything happened to him. He didn't have to ask me, though. The human tucked her knees against her chest and dropped her chin on them. I would have done it anyway. I loved Riven as if she was my own. I'd known human females were special. I'd seen it when my brothers had met their mates, but this one was something else. She had a frail vulnerability about her that called to all my protective instincts, but she also had an inner strength and bravery that made me respect her. Graven would be thankful, I said softly. She gave me a small smile. You think? I don't know what I'm doing is all selfless. I need her as much as she needs me. I've escaped once, I said. I'll do it again with both of you. And then what? She kept her gaze on Riven. Where can you take her to keep her safe? I'll take her home, I said, to more Drixonians who will protect her with their lives. Do you know our creed? She is all, she whispered. She is all, I repeated. Good, she said softly. She deserves that. When I shifted positions, my chains rattled, and the human jerked to face me. Are you okay? Don't worry about me. I was suddenly eager to know more about her. Your name is Sibby? Sybil. Riven calls me Sibby or Sib. How long have you been taking care of Riven? About 5 cycles. How long have you been on this planet? She started counting on her hands. About 10 cycles, I think. How did you get here? I really don't know. I went to bed one night and woke up on a spaceship with one-eyed aliens. They brought me here and sold me to Kilzer. One corner of her mouth tilted up. I have to say, I really don't like your galaxy. I let out a bark of laughter that sounded more like a cough. She immediately darted to my side and pressed her hand against my head. Are you okay? Did you choke on something? I wrapped my fingers around her wrist and lowered it to our sides. I'm fine. I just haven't laughed in a while. The sound is a little rusty. Her gaze remained on where I gripped her wrist. Her fingers flexed and I slowly loosened my grip. Sorry, It's okay, she said. I haven't trusted anyone but Riven to get this close to me in so long. I sort of forgot what it was like to be touched. She let out a huff of laughter and pulled her arm from my grip. She ducked her head so her yellow hair obscured her face. I must be going crazy, she muttered. She leaned against the wall next to me, her other hand circling her wrist where I'd held her. We sat in silence for a while, the lingering feel of her skin fresh on my fingers. What had been that feeling in my chest when I'd touched her? My lungs had gotten tight, my core erased. I shook my head. I couldn't do this. I'd get her to safety, then let her choose if she wanted a mate, but that mate wouldn't be me. I opened my mouth to tell her I'd never touch her again when Riven sat up in bed. The blanket fell away, revealing her messy hair and closed eyes. Sibby, she murmured, clutching a ragged fabric bundle to her chest. She's sleepwalking again. Sybil muttered as she rose to her feet, but Riven had other ideas. Eyes still closed, she crawled off the bedding pad until she touched my leg, the warmth of her fingers immediately seeping through my pants. I sucked in a breath at her touch, barely able to believe I was looking at and being touched by a Drixonian chit. Then, with a small smile on her face, Riven crawled onto my lap and curled up. Snuggling against me, she let out a contented sigh before her breaths once again evened out. Sybil sat beside me, her wide-eyed gaze on Riven. I kept my hands fisted at my side, unsure what to do. Well, I was committed to getting Riven to safety. I had never intended to form a bond with her. Fatus had not deemed me to be a father, and while I'd never found peace about it, I'd managed to live without the knowledge crushing me. But this, Graven's child curled up in my lap, a child he never got to see or touch. This was too much for me. My lungs seized, and I panted as my head spun. So much pain, so much loss, so fucking unfair. Suddenly, a soft hand settled on my shoulder. I blinked up into Sybil's face as she knelt over us with a smile on her face. She always sleeps better on me or next to me. I guess you've won that privilege now, too. She must have sensed my panic because her expression changed, brows lowering in concern. Are you okay? I had to get myself under control. I could not be undone by this, or it would be a long journey. Yes. You sure? Yes. Her smile returned. Is it okay if I rest too? Please, I whispered. She retreated to the bed padding and fell asleep quickly, but she moved in her sleep, coming closer and closer to Riven and I until her head rested on my thigh near Riven's. One dark head of hair, one light head of hair, one blue face, one pale one. With shaking fingers, I touched both of their heads. As much as I missed my brothers, I never craved their presence as much as I did now. I felt ungrounded, unmoored, and unprepared for what lay ahead. I'd always anticipated my final mission would be to rescue Graven, but instead I was now responsible for a human female who made my blood pound, and a small chit who had already wound her way around my Cora. Instead of a physical fight, I had to earn their trust. I hadn't had to deal with feelings like these ever in my life, and they were overwhelming. My mission had become much more serious. If I couldn't save Graven, I'd save these two. Even if in the end, it would break me to let them find their new family. I'll do whatever it takes, I whispered to their sleeping faces. Just don't ask me to be something I can't be. Riven snorted in her sleep.
Sybil. I woke to a strange feeling under my head and realized I was no longer on the bed pad, but instead curled up beside Zecri, my head on his hard thigh. Riven's sleepy voice echoed in the silent room. What was my father like? Did Sib tell you about him? His voice was cautious. Yes, but I want to hear from you too. When he spoke again, his tone had gentled. Your father was very kind, the kindest warrior I'd ever met. He was brave and honest. I admired him. I laid still, listening to them talk in soft voices. What did you think when you saw me? Riven asked. I thought I couldn't believe my eyes. Sybil said no Drixonian females exist, but I'm only half Drixonian. I could hear the slight tremor in her words. Is that okay? My heart ached, and I just barely held back tears. I hadn't known Riven was self-conscious about that, but it made sense. I wondered why she had never said anything to me about it. Maybe she was worried she'd offend me, a human? Either way, my skin itched to jump to her defense, to tell her of course it was okay. But she didn't want the answer from me. She wanted it from Zecri. I held my breath as I waited for his answer. Drixonian or not, I'd cut him if he hurt her. Why wouldn't it be okay? He said quickly. Because I can't replace the females who died? No one can replace them. Zecri's thigh tensed. You are who you are, and that makes you special. I've met a few human females, and I've admired their bravery and loyalty. You should be proud to have a human mother and Drixonian father. Really? You look up to Sybil, right? She's protected you and cared for you. Sibby is the best person I know. Riven's voice had gone firm, and my heart pounded as my eyes pricked with tears. I could hear the slight smile in Zecri's voice. Then be proud of who you are. Okay, Zecri. Say it. What? Say that you're proud of who you are. Riven stirred, and I imagined she puffed out her chest. I'm proud of who I am." "Good," he said softly. I shifted slightly and opened my eyes. Zecri cast a quick glance at me, then focused again on Riven. "Now tell me who this is." He poked a finger at Teddy's missing eye. "This is Teddy." Riven arranged his legs so he sat on her lap. "He's a stuffy that Sybil made me." "What's a stuffy?" Riven repeated the words I told her many times. "A soft friend I can hug when I'm sad, mad, or scared." "Ah," Zecri said. "Syb made this for you?" "She said a lot of children on Earth have these." "Has Teddy helped you when you've been mad, sad, or scared?" "Yes," Riven said. "And I help him, too. Sometimes he gets scared, too." "Of course." Zecri's tone was serious, and it made my heart swell. "I think that was very nice of Sybil to make Teddy for you." "She always takes care of me." "Oh, yeah?" "She gives me the best food, the best bed spot, and never lets anyone else be alone with me." Zecri didn't answer right away, and when he did, his voice was strained, eyes dark. "She's a good mother." "The best." Riven patted Teddy on the head and picked at a loose strand at a seam on his side. Finally, Zecri's gaze swung to me and held. I blinked at him as I sat up. "Hi." His hand lifted, and I thought he meant to touch me, but instead he dropped his palm back to his thigh. He leaned his head back against the wall and took a deep breath. "Thank you." I didn't answer, feeling uncomfortable at his direct gaze, so I only nodded. "Riven," I said, drawing her attention. "Do you need to use the expeller?" She nodded, and I used the excuse to go with her, to avoid looking directly at Zecri. When we returned to the room, he sat quietly, seemingly deep in thought. He was so still and silent for such a large person, or alien. He was bigger than Graven, more intimidating for sure. Graven, despite his appearance, had been a total marshmallow inside, right up until he lost it when his mate died. The familiar pang of Beth and Graven's loss knocked on my chest. I didn't just miss them, but I also missed having others to depend on. We'd been a team for so long, and then suddenly it was just me, with a helpless blue infant. But now there was Zecri in our lives, and it was a new feeling for me to have someone else to rely on. I couldn't believe how deep I'd slept, and it was because I no longer felt like I had to stir at the slightest sound. Subconsciously, my mind had surrendered trust to Zecri. Even without Graven's words, I think I would have still felt this way toward the big Drixonian. Deep in my bones, he felt dependable, which terrified me. What if he ended up letting us down? Or worse, what if I let him and Riven down? Riven and I crossed the room to his side, just as a pounding came on the door before it flung open. I immediately shoved Riven behind me, and Zecri straightened his spine. The chains prevented him from standing. Wargo stood in the doorway, flanked by a few Plycan guards. She had a creepy smile on her face that sent a chill down my spine. The atmosphere in the room felt charged, when just a minute ago it had been lazy. The soft words of the conversation minutes ago felt like years in the past as Wargo strode into the room. She wore a long skirt and a skin-tight top. A gaudy jeweled necklace jingled around her neck. She craned her neck to peer around me to get a look at Riven, but I shoved us into a corner and met Wargo's gaze with a direct snarl. Her lip curled in disdain before she ignored me in favor of the big chained Drixonian in the room. Her eyes lit up with what I could only describe as lust, and my stomach churned. "You returned." She grinned at him as she knelt at his side. "I missed you. The clients missed you." She reached out, and when the tips of her fingers were an inch from Zecri's forehead, he lashed out. With a growl, he slammed his forehead into hers with so much force, I heard their skulls crack. Blood burst from Wargo's nose, and she let out an unholy shriek. Zecri remained poised with a rabid snarl on his face, waiting for the next attack, either from Wargo or from her Plycan guards, but that never came. After swiping her nose with the dirty sleeve of her shirt, she curled her lips into a bloody grin. "Ah, Zecri, I haven't fought with you in a while. Did you miss me that much, too?" His nostrils flared, but his gaze remained fixed on the guards. "This time is different," she said. "You won't be whipped for that." His eyes shifted to her, and his body tensed further. She pointed a clawed finger at me. "This time, we take your punishment out on her." I didn't even see the palm coming. 1 minute I was standing, and the next I was on the floor, pain flowing like hot lava from my face down my neck. The heat spread throughout my body, and I stared at the floor, unable to believe that was my blood dripping on the wooden boards. Chains rattled, snarls and growls surrounded me, but the ringing in my ears prevented me from distinguishing what was happening. "What?" I managed to say, just as a hand tangled in my hair and hauled me upright. "Leave her alone!" Zecri roared as he strained against the chains, muscles bulging, while Riven wept in the corner. I tried to reach for her, but Wargo had a hold on my hair so tight I swore my scalp had been ripped off. "Didn't she tell you?" Wargo yelled. "Stupid human had one job to save herself, and she didn't even do it. Every time you misbehave, we take it out on her. Understand?" Zecri seethed, spit flying as his breath whistled from beneath his teeth. His eyes were a bottomless pitch black, and every muscle and vein stood out beneath his scaled blue skin. Dazed, I went lax in Wargo's grip. "It's fine," I murmured, my words slurred. "It's fine. He'll behave. So will I." Wargo's fingers tightened, and I winced. With a huff of laughter, she shoved me away, and I hit the ground on my hip hard. Swiping my face with the back of my hand, I brushed away blood and tears. This wasn't the first time I'd been hit on this planet, but it had been the only time I'd been that blindsided by a hit. Usually, I could at least brace. I spat on the ground as footsteps retreated and flinched when the door slammed shut. Chains shook and hands slapped the floor as little feet raced to my side. "Sibby!" Riven sobbed. "Sibby!" She'd never seen me get hurt before. Not like this. "I'm fine." "Why didn't you tell me?" Zecri's booming question shook the floor beneath me. "I wouldn't have struck her." I glanced up to see him still straining against the chains toward me. I shook my head and rubbed the back of my neck. "Because it doesn't matter." "What do you mean it doesn't matter? You're a human. She could have killed you from one blow." What I had to say, I didn't want to say in front of Riven. "Kills her hits hard, too." Zecri sucked in a breath as his nostrils flared. "Come here." "What?" He gritted his teeth. "Come here." I frowned at him. "When you say it like that, I'm not sure that I want to. You're kind of scary right now." He let out a long-suffering sigh, but his expression didn't change from one of murder. "You know I would never hurt you." His irritated growl was a direct contradiction to his words. I raised an eyebrow. "Are you sure about that?" "Are we really having this conversation, right after Wargo nearly took your head off?" I huffed. "She didn't nearly take my head off." His chest heaved. "There is a clump of your hair missing." I gasped and reached up to feel a small bald spot above my right ear. I hissed at the tender skin. "Shit! That bitch!" I glanced at Riven. "Don't repeat that word. It's not nice." Riven only blinked at me. "On second thought, go ahead and use that word, but only to describe Wargo. Okay?" Riven nodded. Okay. Sib, Zecri snapped. Come here. Okay, I muttered. Standing made me dizzy, so I crawled toward him on my hands and knees until his big hands reached for me and deposited me neatly in his lap. I jerked in surprise, but he held me firm as he began to inspect my head. Can you get us some clean qua, Riven? There should be a bin of supplies in the expeller. Riven jumped to her feet, but before she ran off, she thrust Teddy into my arms. You said he helps when you feel hurt too, in your heart or body, right? And why did that make me want to cry more than the pain? I nodded with a lump in my throat and curled my arms around the stuffy. Riven flashed me a grin and then ran off with an eager expression. She loved to be helpful. I sat dutifully in Zecri's lap while he prodded at my cheek and lip. My skin felt hot and tight, so I knew I was swelling up. Zecri cupped my chin, and his eyes met mine. His irises were back to his normal color, a cool purple, and the anger had mostly fled from the grooves in his features. Why didn't you tell me? He asked softly, as Riven could be heard puttering around in the expeller. I didn't want their threat to me to hinder you in any way, I said. The priority is you and Riven getting free. His nostrils flared. Why don't you think you're a priority? Once you get her free and find the rest of your people, she'll have plenty of caregivers and won't need me. He swallowed, and a muscle in his jaw ticked. First of all, you're not just a caregiver that can be replaced. She's bonded with you. You're her mother. Second, protecting Riven isn't the only reason for your existence. I barked out a dry laugh. I'm a human on a planet full of aliens twice the size of me. The only reason I didn't do something to make Killser kill me a long time ago was because of Riven. I haven't seen another human since Beth died. His fingers tightened on my chin, and I sucked in a breath. I haven't been touched with kindness by anyone other than Riven since then either. His grip loosened, and his thumb brushed my bottom lip. His eyes swirled, the purple turning lighter as he held my gaze. His nubbed brows dipped, and he blinked as if confused for a moment before gently pushing me from his lap. He swallowed and stared at his hand where it lay in his lap. I know where there are more human females in this galaxy. I can't get you home to Earth, but I will get you to them. He glanced up at me. Will that be a sufficient enough reason to convince yourself to stay alive? Now that got my interest. I leaned forward. What did you say? More women? 3 other warriors, Drixonians like me, rescued 3 women from this planet and took them to safety. I will take you there. My heart pounded. Sometimes I forgot what Beth's smile looked like, or the way we'd steal moments to laugh together. I glanced at the door to the expeller. Riven would have aunts. I'd have friends. Yes, he murmured. I got it, Riven called out as she dropped a small bin in front of us. Thank you, little one, Zecri said with a smile. While Riven preened, I studied him, a momentary panic setting hold. Would he do something to Riven? I knew the Drixonians were a dying race, as all their females had been killed in a virus. It was why Killser knew how valuable Riven was. He would sell her once she came of age, to bear children. I must have stared longer than I realized, because Zecri's voice burst through my thoughts. Sib. Yeah. I jerked to see him studying my back. I cleared my throat as he slowly swiped a cleansing pad across the cut on my lip. I will protect you and Riven for the rest of my life, he said softly. Riven's hands, which had been busy organizing the medkit, went still. His eyes met mine. That means from me, too. My stomach swooped. How had he known what I was thinking? I didn't... You did, he said as he dabbed a cream on my cut. And you should. You're her mother. Tears sprang to my eyes. I had never really dreamed of being a mother. I hadn't seen myself getting married either. But that was back on Earth, when I had career plans and goals and, well, those didn't matter here. From the moment Riven had been placed in my arms, she'd been mine. Okay. The corner of his mouth tilted up as he carefully taped a bandage to my cheek. Get some rest. Riven and I are going to spend some time together. Riven's face lit up, and a small pang opened in my chest. She finally had someone else. Someone who could understand the Drixonian side of her, just like I understood the human side of her. I nodded and retreated to the bed padding, where I gingerly laid my head on the pillow. With the blanket pulled up to my chin, I listened to their soft murmurings.
Chapter 4. Zecri. I knew the female wasn't asleep, but I didn't get the sense she was staying awake because she didn't trust me with Riven. Maybe she was curious about how I'd treat the chit, so I didn't draw attention to the fact I knew she was listening. Riven sat beside me with her eyes taking in everything from my black horns to the tip of my tail. She reached up and prodded at her horn nubs. I wondered about her anatomy since she was half human. Her horns were smaller than mine had been at her age. "Will mine get as long as yours?" she asked. "I don't know," I answered her honestly, "but it doesn't matter if they do or not." She glanced behind her. "I have a tail like you." "Yes." "And our skin?" She reached for my arm, but then quickly drew her hand back. "That's the same." I carefully placed her hand on my forearm. "It is." Slowly, she squeezed my arm. "There are blades under your skin." "No Drixonian females had those," I explained. With a smile, I tapped her temple. "Everything you need is here." I pointed at her chest, over where her cora beat. "And here. That is the strength of the Drixonian female." I risked a glance at the human. "And it's the case for some human females, too." "What if I want to fight?" She balled her little fists and jutted her chin out. Her violet eyes glowed, and every protective instinct I had in my body roared to the surface. I didn't want her ever to have to fight for a thing, but I imagined she already had a rough life. I was sure Sib had sheltered her as best she could, but there was only so much she could do on this planet. "Some Drixonian females fought," I explained, not wanting to discourage her. "Not many, but some were very talented with weaponry or marksmanship." I lowered my head to meet her eyes. "Is that what you want to do? Learn to fight?" Her eyes shifted to Sybil's sleeping form before returning to me. "I just want to help Sibby. She always had to do all the fighting herself." I heard the slightest intake of breath from Sybil. I placed a hand on Riven's shoulder. "I'm sure you helped her as much as she helped you." "She always tells me I'm special, but I think she's special too. Doesn't she is all apply to her too?" My chorus skipped a beat. "It does," I responded, my voice suddenly going hoarse. Riven nodded confidently. "I thought so." My tail lay at my side, and she gently touched the scales. "You said we can go where there are more Drixonians? Any females like me?" I swallowed. "I wish I could say there was, but I don't think so. The virus—" "I know," she said. "Sibby told me everything Father told her." She pulled her knees up to her chest. "So, I'm special just because I'm female?" "No," I said quickly. "You're special because you're alive. I don't know you well yet, but I think you're probably special for a lot of other reasons, too. I admire how loyal you are to Sybil and how much you want to fight for her. The good thing is that I'm here now, and I can fight for you both." "Are you happy you found us?" she asked in a small voice. Happiness wasn't an emotion I'd thought about in a long time, but I realized the warm glow lighting up my blood was something resembling happiness. "I am," I answered her. "I'm very happy." "Will we get out of here?" she asked. "As soon as possible." Sybil sat up, giving up on rest, and I fought not to react at her swollen face. She didn't seem bothered by it, though. We should talk about a plan. I almost smiled at the determined glint in her eye. I already have one. She tilted her head. You do? All I need is the key to get me out of these chains. My machetes can't slice through them, and they are soldered into the structure of the house or I'd tear them out of the wall. Wargo often kept the keys and hooks in her room, but she keeps it locked when she's not inside. The key, Sybil murmured to herself. I don't know. The Plycan with black hair? Riven said quickly. What? Sybil and I said in unison. Riven nodded. I saw him place the key on a ring on his belt after he chained you up. When they were just here, when Wargo... She swallowed. The ring was still on his belt. I remember him, I said. He's their lead guard, I think. I remember him too, but I didn't notice where he'd placed the key. Sybil shifted closer to us and ruffled Riven's hair. Good job, Riv. The chit beamed. I'm helpful, right? I tapped her head. What did I tell you? Your strength is here. I sighed. Now, how do we get it from him? You can leave that up to me, Sybil said. You can't do it for obvious reasons, and I won't let Riven get that close, but I can do it. How? Plycans completely underestimate humans. They think we are weak and stupid, and I don't do much to change that belief. She patted her chest. Trust me, I'll get it tonight.
Sybil. When Riven retreated to use the cleanser, Zecri leaned his head back against the wall and closed his eyes. Despite the murky sunlight filtering in through the dirty window, I was captivated by the lines of his face. Graven had been my friend, my ally, and confidant. I'd never once looked at him as anything but that. But Zecri had a strong presence about him, a blast of masculinity and testosterone that speared me through the gut. I hated the way Wargo had looked at him with greedy lust. So, you and Graven, you used to live here? He let out a snort. I wouldn't call it living. His eyes went a little hazy, as if casting his mind back to memories. Graven and I were pleasure slaves here for many cycles. My heart sank into the floor, and my stomach wobbled. I'd known Graven was a pleasure slave. A large part of me had hoped that wasn't Zecri's past as well. I'm sorry. Graven was sold, and I escaped shortly after that. Zecri, it's in the past. She might think I'm back, but that will never be my life again. His jaw twitched, and his hands fisted. Never. I remembered Beth had told me that before her, Graven had never been touched by a female out of kindness. It was only to be used as an object of lust. Was that Zecri's life, too? How old had he been when the females of his life passed? So you came back here even though this place holds so many bad memories for you? He huffed a dry laugh. Bad memories, he murmured. What? I returned to save Graven. I would have walked over hot rocks for many cycles to save him. And now I do the same for you and Riven. My life is... He shook his head. Never mind. What were you going to say? I prodded. He turned away. I forgot. That was a lie. But what about what you want? I shifted closer, creeping to his side until my knees brushed his leg. Graven never thought you'd return to save him. He wanted you to escape on your own and live happily. Graven was a dreamer, he said softly. I am not. So you don't have your own dreams? I reached out tentatively and cupped his cheek. His dark eyelashes fluttered, and he swallowed. I tried to turn his head to face me, but he resisted as the veins in his neck bulged. See? I whispered. His eyes closed, and a flash of emotion creased his features so quickly, I almost missed it. Finally, he loosened his muscles and let me turn his head. I stared into those purple eyes, so different from the warmth of Graven's. But they weren't flat. They were deep and dark. "What do you want?" A strangled sound left his throat, and for a moment I thought he'd make some grand confession. But with a quick jerk, he broke my hold. Chains rattled, reminding me of our situation like a slap in the face. I dropped back onto my haunches as Zecri stared straight ahead with a cold stare. "Don't mistake me for Graven." His voice held no tone, and I shivered. "I will find you friends, and I'm sure a bevy of willing mates if you want. But I will be neither of those for you." My chest felt like he'd carved a hole into it. "Then what will you be?" "A rescuer." "What am I to you? What is Riven?" He still didn't look at me. "My mission." I felt like a fool. It'd been so long since I'd had anyone but Riven that I'd placed too much on Zecri, a Drixonian I barely knew. He was right. He wasn't Graven, and it wasn't fair to project that onto him. He was a warrior with a mission, and I should be grateful for that. He'd vowed to protect us. What more did I want? And why did my heart feel like it'd been cracked with a hammer? We spent the rest of the day alternating between eating and sleeping. At one point, a few Plycans came in to unchain Zecri long enough to let him use the expeller and cleanser. I could see the resistance in his eyes when they handled him, but I gave him a firm headshake. We had a plan to sneak out of here without much attention being drawn to us. Fighting our way out wouldn't get us far. The sun was just beginning to set, and I was getting antsy, thinking of how I was going to get the key, when the door flew open to reveal Wargo and a few Plycan guards. The one with black hair was there as always, standing right at her back like a sentry. "Bring him." Immediately, Riven leaped to her feet. "Where are you taking him?" Wargo's cool gaze slid to Riven, and I instinctively stepped in front of her. Wargo's lips thinned into something resembling a smile. "He's back, and now it's time for him to work." I could feel the chill coming off Zecri's body. The temperature in the room felt like it had dropped 30 degrees. I frowned. "Work? You mean—" I let out a gasping sound, like I'd been punched, as the guards walked over to Zecri and began unhooking his chains from the wall. Panic lit a fire in my blood. "Wait, can't you— What about—" But no one was listening to me. Wargo had turned her back, and the guards were blocking my view of Zecri. "Wait, please!" Tears pricked my eyes. I couldn't do this. I would never be able to sit on my hands knowing he was suffering somewhere. He said I was his mission. Well, he was my mission too. No way would I let him relive the horror he'd experienced here. "Can't you just—" I inhaled deeply before blurting out, "I'll work in his place." The entire room went still. Riven's panting breath was hot on my back. Wargo slowly turned on her heel to narrow her eyes at me over her shoulder. "I'll—" "Sit the fleck down and shut your mouth, female." Zecri growled. My knees wobbled at the sound of his voice. A chain slapped the ground, and then a Plycan guard was shoved out of the way. In his place stood Zecri, his hands still chained at the wrist. He glared at me with so much venom I swore I'd been poisoned. "Sit down," he snarled. I sat, mostly because I didn't have the strength to stand anymore. Why wouldn't he let me make a sacrifice for him? "Z!" He shoved another guard with his shoulder. "Let's go." As he turned, I was faced with his scarred back. I'd seen it before, but now that I knew more about what his life had been like, the sight was a punch to the gut. "I'm going to be sick," I whispered to myself. I couldn't handle this, knowing he was being walked off to hell. If it wasn't for us, he never would have stayed and been caught. He would have fled before the guards ever came. He would have been in the right mind to fight and flee without the burden of me and Riven. "Please!" I protested as they shuffled him toward the door. Wargo snorted. Kilzer won't let me put you to work. But if you want it that badly, maybe I'll have to ask him about your price. Riven clung to my back as they marched Zecri out the door. When it slammed shut behind them, I let the tears fall.
Chapter 5. Zecri. Stubborn human. Wargo knew Drixonians, so she would be aware I'd do anything to prevent either Sybil or Riven from getting hurt. But I didn't want her to know we felt any real affection for each other. Sybil offering herself, just the memory of her words made me want to slam my fist through the wall. What had she been thinking? I'd be fine. I would always be fine. Wargo hadn't broken me then, and she wouldn't break me now. I trudged after her, thinking I was going to have to change our plan. Sybil wouldn't be able to get the key on her own, and she should stay focused on protecting Riven. I'd have to get free the same way I did last time, which I'd been hoping to avoid. I didn't enjoy killing everything in my path, but sometimes it was necessary. Sybil's voice kept filtering into my brain and messing with my thoughts. I could still feel the lingering warmth of her hand on my face. Why had she touched me like that? What did she want from me? I told her I'd get them to safety, and I would. Bonding to a human worked for Rexor, Miko, and Phoenix, my Drixonian warrior friends who'd long left this planet on their own mission. Hopefully, they were happy now, living a promising life with their mates. But that wasn't for me. Thetis would not use me for that. I was like an empty ship ready for transport, but I certainly wasn't a long-term living space. I shook my head. I needed to get Sybil's big blue eyes and Riven's warm purple ones out of my head. Now was not the time to get caught up on sentimental emotions, especially around Wargo. One sign of weakness and she'd pounce. I had to be me, Zecri, not whatever the Drixonian who had been back there in the room with Sybil, talking about dreams of all things. We reached Wargo's door and the guards led me inside. The room hadn't changed much since the last time I'd been here. There was still a massive pile of bedding as the focal point of the room. Various torture instruments lay around, of the sexual variety. She never used those on me. I got the real torture, the whipping which had nothing to do with intimacy and everything to do with power and punishment. All Wargo had ever wanted from me was obedience and loyalty, and all she ever got was cold indifference. Graven had been almost kind to her, maybe because he sought to make up for me, but she'd never cared about him beyond what Zens he made for her with his body. As for me, I'd always felt she had a bit of an obsession that made my skin crawl. But even showing her hate was giving her too much credit. The only time she'd seen an extreme emotion from me was when she hit Sybil, and that worried me. What would she do to Sybil or Riven to get a rise out of me? The guards pushed me down into a chair and then stepped away quickly. I stared straight ahead as Wargo opened a drawer in her desk and pulled out a familiar box. My hands curled into fists and my claws extended to dig into my palms as she opened the lid. The sound of the creaking hinge sent a spike of panic down my spine, but I concealed it as I always did. My core raced, and I fought not to react as she picked up a small syringe of green liquid. There was nothing I hated more in this entire galaxy than the feel of that needle plunging into my skin. That poison in my veins forced my body to do things I didn't want. Soon, my cock would fill and harden, but I wouldn't feel any desire or pleasure. I would feel nothing but an empty ache. Wargo stepped toward me and tapped the syringe on her palm. "Remember this?" I stared at the wall over her shoulder. She pulled a chair in front of me and gripped my chin to force eye contact, but I refused. Her grip was nothing like Sybil's. The humans had been warm and gentle, while Wargo's was cold and cruel. "Should I test if you still have the same reaction?" She leaned close so I could feel her breath on my lips. I curled them back to reveal my fangs. She smiled and let go of my chin with a jerk before leaning back with a sigh. Are you still mad at me for selling Graven? I hated she even spoke his name. I gritted my teeth. That's why you came back, right? You knew Kilzer was coming. She shook her head. You see yourself as a savior, don't you, Zecri? My gaze shifted to hers, and her smile grew. You were Graven's protector, but you had no idea all he did to protect you. That's why I had to sell him. I thought taking him away would be the last thing I needed to break you. That didn't work, but that was my mistake. Her satisfied smile made my stomach churn. This is different. Now I have a human female who's willing to sacrifice herself for you and a Drixonian shit you both would die for. She leaned forward and lowered her voice. Want to hear my plan? I'm going to kill Kilzer and keep them. I couldn't control you with Graven, but I can with those females. My lungs tightened. While I was able to keep my face blank, I couldn't halt the panic growing in my chest like a vine, wrapping around my throat until my chest shuddered as I fought to breathe. This time, I'm keeping you for me, she whispered as she brushed her fingers along my cheek. So be good for me, and I'll be good to you and those females. Be bad to me, and... Her hand slapped my cheek with a vicious blow. My head whipped to the side, and for a moment my vision went blurry. And they'll be the ones to pay. Understand? Stay strong, Z. You can do this. I didn't acknowledge her words, but the thought of her hands on me, the one thing she'd never done, made my gorge rise in my throat. My skin crawled as her hand slid up my thigh. She held up the syringe and drew it toward my neck. Be good, she whispered. I had to endure her for just this rotation, then I'd form a new plan. I'd get out of here with Sybil and Riven. I tried to imagine it was Sybil's hand on my thigh and her breath on my lips. So you don't have your own dreams? No, because this was why. I never got what I wanted. I had been used too many times as a tool to see myself as anything other than that. I felt the needle prick my skin just as a loud commotion sounded from the hallway outside. Wargo jerked back, the full syringe still in her hand. What's going on? Screams followed, and my eyes jerked open as I pricked up my ears. Was that Sybil? Riven? I made to stand, but the guards behind me shoved me back down. Wargo narrowed her eyes at me for a moment before standing. Let's go, she said to the black-haired Plykin. You two stay with him and make sure he doesn't move. They ran out the door and slammed it shut behind them. The sound of a full-on fight came from somewhere deep in the bowels of Fisk. I could hear the meaty thuds of fists on flesh and wounded cries, but Sybil's voice wasn't there. I'd recognize it. I hoped she knew well enough to stay in the room with Riven. Long moments passed, and the fight seemed to escalate with crashing furniture and the clashing of glass breaking. The guards behind me shifted uneasily. What do you think's going on? Asked one. Should we go see? Wargo told us to stay with him. He's chained to the floor. What can he do? A snort followed. You weren't here when he showed up a few rotations ago. He can do a fleck of a lot, so shut up and stay alert. As quietly and with as little movements as I could, I tested how much give was in the chains. My wrists were locked together, but I could lift my elbows just enough I'd be able to slam my machetes in their guts. But then what? I'd still be chained to this flecking floor. The door flew open, and in flew a whirlwind of yellow hair. The guards behind me went stiff, and the figure came to a skidding halt, panting as if she'd just run from the moon. In one hand, she clutched a ring of keys. Sybil stared at me and then the guards behind me before muttering in a harsh whisper, Oh, shit.
Sybil. Creating a distraction was easier than I thought. This entire place was full of toxic masculinity, so pitting two males against each other was a piece of cake. As soon as Zecri left, I sprang into action. I'd never left Riven alone, not even for a moment, but this was an emergency. I told her to hide in the cleanser, and I'd be back as soon as I could. Sibby, are you going to save Zecri? She asked, clutching my hand. Can I help? You'll help by staying safe, I said. Now go. Are you helping him? She called after me as I dashed toward the door. I gave her a firm nod over my shoulder. I'm sure as hell going to try. I made a shooing motion toward the cleanser. Go. She hurried over to the cleanser and shut the door behind her. They hadn't bothered to lock the door now that Zecri was gone. I turned the knob and opened the door a crack. The hallway was clear, so I exited and shut it behind me. Creeping down the hall, I made my way to the set of stairs. The main room downstairs was full of clients and pleasure slaves. Females of all kinds, and some males, lined the walls in slinky clothing, and I had to shake my head to get the image of Zecri engraven standing amongst them out of my mind. I would have loved to save them all, but my priority was Riven and Zecri. I brushed my hair over my face to hide my human features as much as I could, so I didn't draw attention to myself. Hiding behind a large alien with yellow skin, I descended the stairs and eyed my targets. There were 2 large groups of aliens sitting at tables near each other. I vaguely knew of the aliens. At one table sat a few pollux, a prideful species who could be vicious when needed. The other was a table of Duger, a species with a low IQ and a whole lot of aggression. They would be my targets. I grabbed a tray leaning on the wall and began to circle the room, clearing tables of empty bottles and food. I snuck a few untouched leftovers into my pocket for Riven and shoved a teen bar in my mouth. As I reached the table of Duger, they were visibly affected by the sloshing spirits in their mugs. I smiled behind my hair. One Duger stood up, announcing loudly he had to take a piss. As he walked by the table full of drunk pollux, I discreetly gave him a little shove with my shoulder. One of his back spikes slammed into the head of a pollux, and blood spurted. I clapped my hand over my mouth to stifle my gasp. Okay, I hadn't meant for that to happen. I just wanted a little fight. As the Duger whirled around to find who'd bumped into him, I quickly ducked into a dark alcove in the wall. "I'm bleeding!" howled the pollux. "What's this for?" One of his mates jumped to his 4 feet. The Duger shook his head in confusion. "I didn't. Fleck you, that was a cheap shot. Who punches from behind?" "I said." A pollux stood up next to his bleeding friend. "Fight me face to face." The Duger, not one to back down to a challenge, raised his clawed hands. "It's on." And that was how the fight started. And what a fight it was. Both tables went at it, and before I knew it, almost the whole room joined in. Wargo and her black-haired Plycan guard tore down the stairs, and as they walked by my hidden alcove, I reached out and tore the key ring from the guard's belt. Clutching it in my hand, I crept unnoticed from the room, amid the massive bar fight, and raced upstairs to find Zecri. I ignored most of the rooms on the second floor, as they were used for clients. A large double door at the end of the hallway drew my attention. Was that where Wargo had taken Zecri? There weren't many rooms in this place. Hauling ass, I burst through the doors, my hair flying in my face, and came to an abrupt stop. My excitement at seeing Zecri quickly diminished as the 2 Plycan guards at his back dropped their jaws in surprise at my entrance. "Oh shit," I mumbled. In my desperation to get the key to free him from the chains, I hadn't considered he'd be guarded, and I'd have to get through his guards first. I swallowed and reached for the nearest weapon I could find, which was a fire poker. Brandishing it in front of me, I tried to set my face to scary mode. The Plycans looked amused and drew long sabers from their belts. The light of the fire glinted off the metal. My bravery fled. Then a quiet murmur drew my attention. "Just stay out of the way." I glanced at Zecri, who sat with his wrists cuffed together and a chain bolting them to the floor. What? Suddenly, he was a blue blur of motion. his black machetes unleashed from his forearms as he slammed back one arm into the stomach of the Plycan behind him, then the other. Blood flowed from their wounds as they stumbled backward. Sabers clattered to the ground. "Quick!" He yanked on his wrist cuffs. "Unlock me." While the Plycans tried to hold in their guts, I slid to the floor in front of Zecri on my knees. The ring was full of keys, all different shapes and sizes. I had no idea which one would free him. Fumbling, I began trying one key after another, keeping one eye on the gasping Plycans. One managed to find his feet again and stumbled toward a saber. Zecri kicked it out of the way before sending his boot into the Plycan's face. The other Plycan grabbed for his saber, but his blood-slick hands kept slipping on the handle. My palms were damp with sweat, and my heart felt like it was going to explode out of my chest. Shit, I cursed as the key ring slipped from my fingers. "Focus," Zecri said, his dark purple eyes catching my gaze. "You can do this." Right, I could do this. I jammed a long, dingy key into the lock at his wrists and nearly wept when I heard a telltale click. The lock fell to the floor with a thunk, and Zecri rose from the chair to his full height, every inch the avenging Drixonian warrior. He turned, his hair swirling like something out of a movie, and grabbed a Plycan saber from the ground. He slashed at the neck of one before plunging it into the chest of the other. Rattling death gasps filled the room as he reached for my hand and hauled me toward the door. "So much for a quiet exit," I murmured. "Where's Riven?" "I had her hide in the cleanser." "You left her?" he asked as we took off down the hallway. "I didn't have a choice. Don't judge how I managed to get you free. I didn't hear a thank you, by the way." A muscle in his jaw ticked. "Thank you." I grunted. "You're welcome." The sounds of the fighting had somewhat dimmed. "What happened down there?" he asked. My chest puffed out. Never underestimate the power of spirits and testosterone. He raised a nubbed brow over his shoulder at me before shoving open the door to our room. "Riven!" I called out. She burst out of the cleanser door in a flail of limbs and dark hair. "Sibby! I heard the noise downstairs and was worried." She skidded to a halt when she saw Zecri. Grabbing his hand, she beamed up into his face. "You got him free!" "And now it's time for all of us to get free," he said. "Do I need to create another diversion?" I glanced at the door to our room. It would be risky, but I was sure I could cause another fight somehow. He shook his head and grabbed a few supplies and leftover food from our room before piling them into the center of the bedding furs. After tying the four corners in a makeshift pack, he hauled it over his shoulder. "We're going out that way." He pointed to the window. I stared at it. "I'm sorry, what?" While we were on the second floor, Plycan buildings consisted of 10 to 12-foot floors. Covering his hand with a balled-up blanket from the corner of the room, he slammed his fist into the window. The shards shattered to the ground below. He poked his head out before ducking back inside. "I'm going out first. Riven jumps next. Then you." "You want us to jump? Zecri, I'm not a Drixonian and—" He let out an annoyed sound in his throat. "I'm going to catch you." "Catch?" Except he wasn't there to answer my question. Without another word, he leapt out the window like Spider-Man. I rushed over to the ledge to see him landing smoothly in a crouch below before spinning to his feet. He beckoned to me. "Riven now, quick." Riven didn't need another command. She'd never been scared of heights, and Zecri had already become one of 2 people in the world she trusted. The other was me. She stepped onto the ledge and dropped. With my heart in my throat, I watched with bated breath until she landed neatly in Zecri's arms. He placed her on the ground at his side and then looked up at me. "Now, Sib, we have to go." I stepped away from the window for a moment to gather my courage. "Just jump. He's a big blue target. Come on, Sib." With a small squeal of personal encouragement, I hopped up onto the ledge and took a leap of faith below. The drop felt like forever, and a split second, all at the same time. First, my stomach took a dip, then my breath left my body, and then suddenly I was in Zecri's arms. "Oof," I said as I braced myself on his shoulders. His face inches from mine. I swore I saw the slightest smile twist his lips. "Told you I'd catch you." I swallowed. "So you did. A thank you would be nice." His voice went high in what I assumed was a mimicry of me. I blinked at him. "Did you just make a joke?" His lips twitched. "Okay, thank you," I mumbled as he set me on the ground without much finesse. Hauling Riven onto his hip, he grabbed my hand. "Time to get the fleck out of town." We disappeared into a shadowy alley just as a dark figure appeared in the broken window. Wargo's screech echoed after us.
Chapter 6. Zecri. We wouldn't make it far on foot. Sybil was fast, but her legs were half the length of mine, and I knew she'd tire faster than me, as she was human. Riven clung to me and kept quiet, already proving she was a smart little chit and would make a great Drixonian adult. I could barely believe I held her in my arms. I wish Rexor was here, and Miko and Phoenix. The four of us would have been unstoppable as a team to protect her. Now it was only me and a human female with more guts than brains. What had she been thinking bursting into that room and trying to take on two Plycan guards with a fire poker? But maybe I was wrong on the brains thing. She had created a massive diversion and stole the key from the Plycan guard without getting caught. Beside me, her breath hissed between her teeth as she ran. Wargo would be sending a squad soon. She had a lot of money, and knowing her, she'd offer the human as a reward to whoever caught us. She'd never let me go, and Riven was too valuable. The town was active at night, which meant we couldn't take a direct route to where I wanted to go. Keeping to the dark alleys and shadows, I breathed a sigh of relief when we finally reached our destination, a burned-out shell of a hut which held our escape vessel. Sybil bent with her hands on her knees as I tossed the metal sheeting off the buzzer to reveal the vehicle that would be our ticket out of here. It was faster than any of Wargo's vehicles and could squeeze into places hers couldn't. I flipped the switch and breathed a sigh of relief when the engine kicked on. I dropped Riven in front of me and hauled Sybil into place behind her. Settling myself at the back, I leaned forward and gripped the handlebars. "Hold on," I murmured over the buzz of the engine. As soon as the vehicle left the ground to hover over the dirt, we took off out of town and into the starlit night. We rode long into the night over the red sand. At one point, Riven fell asleep, her head bobbing against Sybil's arm. Then Sybil began to doze. In order to keep her on the buzzer, I had to wrap one arm around her. All she wore was a strip of cloth over her breasts, and the bare skin of her stomach was soft against my scales. I draped my cloak over both of them to keep them warm and kept driving. If it had just been me and Graven, I would have returned to Blazon, which was the hideout where Rexor, Miko, Phoenix, and I had stayed after escaping the various places we'd been sold on the planet. We weren't the only inhabitants, though. We'd taken in various other races who looked to free themselves from Plycan rule, and we'd made a makeshift home in the crashed and abandoned cargo ship plunged into the side of a sand cliff long ago. Rexor had taken his female there, but not for long, and while I'd maybe trust those in Blazon to keep Sybil's existence a secret, I couldn't risk that with Riven. She was too valuable to others, and they'd see nothing but how much they could earn if they sold her. The more I drove with the dozing females in my arms, the more thankful I was for Sybil. She'd stepped up in the absence of Riven's mother and father to raise Riven into the brave little female she was. Most of all, she taught her about her Drixonian roots. Riven knew about our history, our motto, and that was due to Sybil. Did the human realize how important that was? Our history and legacy were everything to us, as it was all we had. We were a dying race, but the existence of Riven at least gave us hope we could survive. We could successfully procreate with human females, if they would have us. That was why it was my duty to get Sybil as well as Riven to safety. Sybil could find a Drixonian mate here in this galaxy, have her own chits, feel cared for and honored in only the way a mate of a Drixonian warrior could feel. My arm tightened around her as her hair fluttered against my shoulder. I'd repay her for what she'd done for Graven, for Riven, and for me. When the sun began to rise, I found a rocky outcrop with some shade and cover. When the buzzer touched down, Sybil's head rose and she blinked sleepy eyes at the dawning light. "Where are we?" After making sure she was awake enough to stay sitting on her own, I dismounted and hauled a still sleeping Riven from the buzzer. Laying her down in the shade on a patch of dry sand, I covered her with one of the furs I'd taken from Fisk. With a smack of her lips, she curled up on her side. I stayed crouched beside her until her breaths evened out, then rose to find Sybil at my side, spinning in a slow circle to take in our location. "Where are we?" "About a third of the way." She knelt next to me. "A third of the way to where?" "Our destination." "Which is? Geez, talking to you is like pulling teeth." "Pulling teeth?" "Earth expression." I clicked my fangs at her. "We're heading to Gauls." "What's that?" "Kilzer never mentioned it." "I didn't make it a habit to have long conversations with him." I liked the way she talked. It was direct and honest. I motioned for us to sit a bit away from Riven where we could still see her but wouldn't be talking next to her head. I sat back and leaned against a rock with my knees bent in front of me while Sybil sat with her legs crossed, poking a stick in the sand. "Wargo is a problem." "You think?" "Her brother is the head commander of the Plycan army on this planet." Her hand froze mid-poke, and just her eyeballs lifted to meet my gaze. "What did you say?" "Her brother is head commander." "Right. But what does that mean? For us?" "It means there will be no aircraft leaving this planet for a while. She knows that's what I'll try to do with you and Riven. So she'll ask her brother a favor and we'll be grounded here." She tossed the stick away and shoved her hair behind her ear. "So, what'll we do?" "We go to Gauls." "What's there?" I cocked my head. "It's what isn't there. Plycans. It's the one place on this planet they have no rule. There's a small dock there." Her eyes went wide. "I didn't know a place like that existed." She swiped her hands together and made to stand. "Let's go now. I can eat on the way and—" "Hold on." I lifted a hand in the air. "There's some things you need to know about Gauls." She sank back down with a grimace. "Something tells me I'm not going to like anything you're about to say." I snorted, and the sound surprised me, and her. She smiled, and deep grooves creased her cheeks. Her one front tooth was crooked, and I had the sudden urge to prod it with my tongue. I looked away, feeling an uncomfortable swelling in my groin. I cleared my throat. "The Plycans are terrible rulers, but they rule. In Gauls, there are no rules. This won't be easy. We will have to be careful to hide Riven. You will not be safe either, so it's important that we make it clear I'm your mate." "Mate?" "There are a lot of stupid species on this planet, but few will mess with a Drixonian's mate." Her chest rose and fell, and her full lips rounded in an O shape as she exhaled roughly. "I see." "If we were elsewhere, I could get away with pretending to own you, but in Gauls—" I shook my head. "It has to be mates. They have to know I would kill for you, and it will likely be possible I have to demonstrate that early and often." She swallowed, and her lower lip trembled before she bit down on it and sucked it between her teeth. "This place sounds scary as hell." "It is. But it's the only way. We'll be hunted anywhere else, and there's no way off this planet except for Gauls." She dropped her head into her hand and rubbed her forehead. Okay. With a firm nod, she met my eyes. "Yeah, I trust you. If you say this is what we have to do, then this is what we have to do." Her gaze drifted to Riven. "You just have to tell me what to do. I'll do anything to keep her safe." Silence descended between us, and I dropped some food in front of Sybil. She ate a few bites before carefully wrapping it up and placing it near Riven. Then she hugged her knees to her chest and rocked back and forth, staring out across the desert. I shoved some food into my mouth and washed it down with some quaw. I leaned back, closing my eyes and knowing I had to sleep, but every time I tried, my eyes seemed to open on their own to watch Sybil. She was braiding her hair, her long, thin fingers moving quickly through her yellow strands until she tied the end with a raggedy strip of cloth. She needed clothes, more food. She needed warm furs and a soft place to sleep. "Thank you," I said, not realizing I'd said the words out loud until she lifted her head. "For what?" "For what you did back at Fist to get the keys to my chains." I'd said thank you before, but it had been mid-run and prompted by her. I needed her to know my gratefulness was real. Her cheeks reddened, and she nodded. "Of course." I gestured to Riven. "And for talking to her about her Drixonian roots." "It's important," Sybil said. "I told her about Earth, too." "Tell me, too." Her head went up. "Tell you about what?" I settled back and let my eyes fall half-closed. "About Earth."
Sybil. My time on Earth felt like a past life. It was so different from my reality that sometimes I wondered if it had been real at all. "Earth," I murmured. He remained silent, his eyes no more than purple half-slits as he studied me. We're not perfect. We had wars and tragedy. We don't take care of our planet as best as we could. But then there were so many good things, too. My life, compared to many, was full. I was in college. What's college? It's a learning institution for when you're older and know what job you want. You go to a school to learn more about that career. He said in acknowledgement. "And what job did you want?" I huffed a laugh to myself and poked at the sand. "Hotel and restaurant management?" He cocked his head. "What?" "I wanted to own a hotel, which is a place where people pay to spend the night, or a food service business." "Ah, like a lodging house. You need extra learning for that?" "Yes, there are a lot of moving parts." "Why did you want to do that?" "Mostly event planning. I wanted to host weddings, conferences, galas, that kind of thing." He stared at me blankly. "I don't know what those things are." "Celebrations," I tried to explain. "So, a wedding is a celebration of a mating." "Oh?" His eyes were more open now. "What happens at a wedding?" He seemed genuinely interested. "Well, there is a ceremony where the two people getting married pledge their devotion to each other and exchange rings." He glanced at his fingers. "Rings? What do the rings do?" "They are symbols. And then after is a party with friends and family. There is usually a lot of food and drinking, dancing." "And you wanted to plan these for other people?" "Yes." "Did you want a wedding yourself?" "Back then, I didn't really dream of my own wedding. And here, I don't let myself dream here." His eyes closed. "I understand that." I shifted closer. "But now?" His eyes popped open. "But now, I'm considering having a few dreams for myself. And for Riven." I smiled. "Maybe you too." He didn't smile, and his expression didn't change. "Focus on your own dreams." His tone wasn't unkind, but his words still stung. I pursed my lips, undeterred. "You can't tell me what to do. If I want to have a few dreams for your future, I can do that." "You can, but it's a waste of time." I crossed my arms over my chest. "I think you're being stubborn." "You said you haven't let yourself dream on this planet." His voice deepened, a slight anger creeping into his tone that made me flinch. "Well, I haven't let myself dream since I was sold here. Since the Oldani took the one dream I had and—" He snapped his jaw shut so suddenly that his teeth clacked together. He lowered his head between his shoulders and sighed heavily. I'm asking you not to be so interested in me. You have dreams, and once I get you to safety, you can fulfill them. You and Riven." Now I felt angry, and I couldn't even pinpoint the reason. Why did I care so much? But as I stared into his purple eyes, I couldn't help myself. I leaned forward until our faces were inches apart. A slight flash of panic creased the corner of his eyes before his expression went carefully blank. "Sybil, when a dream dies, you make new ones. I'll never be planning weddings at the Four Seasons in this galaxy. I won't be hosting charity galas. But I have other dreams, and I'll let myself think about them. I'm aware Drixonian warriors have a large martyr complex, but you can't only live for other people. Think about what example that sets for Riven." His eyes narrowed, and he inhaled so deeply his chest nearly brushed mine. His lips stretched to reveal his fangs in a gesture I was sure was meant to be scary. "I don't have time for idealism when I'm dealing with a hard reality. Some things are irreversible. I have the past to prove it." His voice shook so very slightly I almost missed it. The anger I felt bled into sadness. Right. His past. His scars. All he'd been through with Wargo. And who had he mentioned? The old Donnie? I reached out, and his gaze darted to my hand as it drew closer. My knuckles brushed his hair a second before his hand shot out and grabbed my wrist. "Don't," he said in a tight voice. "I'm sorry," I whispered, feeling ashamed. "I didn't think about what you've been through before I talked. I shouldn't have said what I did." His fingers tightened for a brief moment, but he didn't let go. "Don't apologize." "But you're right. I can't tell you what to do." He swallowed, and his gaze dropped to my lips a moment before rising again slowly. His voice softened, and thumb rubbed a circle on the inside of my wrist. The touch sent a bolt of heat up my arm. "Since I don't dream for myself, go ahead and do it for me." He'd never spoken in this soft, longing, reverent tone. I felt like he was trying to tell me something without saying anything outright. What should be in this dream? And then he smiled. The corners of his mouth lifted, and his lips parted to release a soft puff of air. Captivated by his smile, I couldn't look away as his eyes creased and the purple irises warmed. "You," he whispered. "You and Riven." I opened my fist and let my fingers gently touch the skin of his forehead. His eyes closed, and I leaned in to brush my lips where my fingers had touched. Before he caught me, I drew back. "Consider it done." His eyes opened. "Good. Then sleep now. Dream your dreams, Sybil."
Chapter 7. Zecri. The smell of galls reached us first. Cooked meat and unwashed bodies. The sharp tang of blood. A haze hung in the air around the settlement, coloring the sky to a blue-gray. Sybil's body stiffened in front of me on the buzzer, and her arm tightened around Riven. I found a small crater to hide the buzzer and slung a pack with supplies around my shoulder. Sybil stood with Riven in front of her, staring at the cracked walls of our destination. I stepped next to them, wishing more than anything I had more to offer right now. "I'm sorry this is our only option. It's fine," Sybil said quickly. She shot me a smile over her shoulder, but it was forced. "We've been through life with Kilzer. We can survive this, right, Riv?" "Yes," said the chit. She reached for my hand and slipped her warm fingers between mine. Her little face tilted up to mine. "I trust you." She stepped into the fur pack I'd fashioned. Sybil pressed a kiss onto the top of her head. "We'll get you out as soon as we can." Riven nodded with a face that curled into a ball. I tied the ends and carefully slung Riven onto my back. "Are you okay?" "Peachy." Her voice was muffled through the layers of fabric. I frowned. "Peachy?" Riven giggled and Sybil laughed. The sound immediately made my Cora feel lighter. It's an expression I use. She has picked up a lot of English humanisms. I grunted and repositioned Riven's weight. Grasping Sybil's hand, I nodded toward the gates. Let's go. It was a short walk to the entrance of Gauls, but each step felt like I was slogging through mud. This was the last place I wanted to bring Sybil and Riven, but my options were running out. I had no more Drixonian allies on this planet that I knew of. I'd spent all these cycles preparing just for this moment, imagining Graven and I walking into Gauls and living out our days as outlaws on this planet. But now I had two females who I'd protect with my life, and who wouldn't be safe until I got them as far away from Vixlysson as possible. I wasn't sure what awaited us in Gauls, but I knew that the conversation I had yesterday with Sybil about dreams had no place here. It was all about one step at a time, one plan after another until they all added up to our escape. It was about mid-rotation, so as we stepped through the front gate of Gauls, the settlement was alive with activity. At first, it didn't look much different than any other Vixlysson town, until I realized there were no Plycans here. Species of all shapes and sizes roamed around. I caught a fistfight near a gambling den, and females wearing little clothing were brushing their nearly naked bodies up against males while rummaging their pockets for zens. Sybil pressed close to me, and her sweat-damped hands squeezed mine tighter. An older male from a species I'd never seen before limped toward us on hooved feet. He twisted his braided beard as he appraised Sybil. "A human." He eyed me, gaze lingering on my chest and biceps. "Keep a close eye on her, warrior." He coughed as he walked away. "I hate this place already," Sybil muttered in a low voice, eyes darting around. I strode forward, and she jogged at my side to keep up. "We have to find a place to stay, and then you're getting locked in there until I can find us passage. Normally, I'd disagree, but I'm not keen on going for a fun little walk." A half a dozen Raga sticks stepped into our path. They were an intelligent species who could have used their smarts for good, but instead most chose evil. Dark green scales covered their thick muscles as they watched us carefully with yellow eyes. I stopped abruptly, red dust swirling around my feet. At my side, Sybil emitted a small squeak of surprise before she plastered herself to my side. "How much?" said the Raga sticks in front, a younger male wearing an adorned coat. I stared at him. He waited a beat before reaching for Sybil. "How much for the female?" His fingers nearly brushed her hair before I yanked her behind me. She yelped but didn't protest. Her fingers curled into the back of my cloak, and I felt the heat of her body seep through the fabric. "She's not for sale." He bared his teeth in a zany grin. "Everything's for sale in Gauls." His answer confirmed why I knew I needed to lie. "She's my mate." He let out a long, low whistle before crossing his arms over his chest and widening his stance. "Is that right? A Drixonian with a mate." Scratching above his ear, he turned to the Raga sticks directly behind him. "They're nearly extinct, huh? I guess a mated pair is pretty valuable." This time when he showed his teeth, it was in a creepy smile. "So that makes me wonder what you're doing in my territory." "No one owns Gauls." He cocked his head. "Have you been here before? How much do you know about Gauls? Look, on every planet in this galaxy there are natural-born leaders who step up in the absence of power and make life better for everyone in it." "This asshole is really giving a speech?" Sybil muttered at my back. I couldn't help but smile as I pictured her eye roll, but the Raga sticks frowned. "What's funny?" I didn't laugh. He tried to peer around me at Sybil, but I turned my body. Sucking his teeth, he sighed. "Anyway, I'm a natural-born leader. My name is Tajiri, and I run Gauls. Therefore, you entering with your human mate means you're fair game. I've always wanted to try a human, so how about?" I handed the pack-holding ribbon to Sybil, who accepted it with a grunt. Turning to Tajiri, I unleashed my machetes and whipped my tail onto the ground. Every Raga Styx except Tajiri took a step back. "This is not a game, Raga Styx," I said, showing my fangs. "Did I say it was a game?" "We're just looking to pass through, and then we'll be on our way. I don't want trouble, but I will do everything in my power to protect my mate. I suggest you not find out just how powerful I am." Tajiri didn't move for a long moment, and I prepared to slice into his skin just before he dropped his arms and gestured to his crew. They skirted around us and made their way toward the front gates. Tajiri remained behind, his gaze locked on me. "Then make your visit as brief as possible, or you'll find out just how powerful I am, too." With a nod, he knocked my shoulder as he walked past. I stayed motionless, watching him leave because I didn't trust him not to attack me from behind. When he and his crew melted into the crowd of the marketplace, I let out a breath. "Wow," Sybil said. "You are pretty awesome." She lowered her voice and puffed out her chest. "I suggest you not find out just how powerful I am." Fanning her face, she blew her hair off her forehead. "That was like a movie scene." I had no idea what she was talking about. "Let's go before we draw any more attention."
Sybil. I felt like we'd stepped into a Mad Max movie. Gauls was a dirty, violent place that was no place for Riven. I was so glad she currently resided in a pack slung on Zecri's wide back. I kept stealing glances at him. Graven had been handsome in an objective way, but Zecri was something else. Something which stirred my blood, flushed my skin, and made me feel a warmth deep in my belly I hadn't felt since my college boyfriend. And even that had been little more than mere interest, while what I felt for Zecri was lust, mixed with desire, mixed with longing. Or something. It was all jumbled up inside of me like a knotted rope. For so long, I'd been the one standing between Riven and anything that could hurt her. I was the shield, and I'd been okay with that. Now we had a much bigger, better, and deadlier shield standing in front of us. As we strode through the crowd, they parted like the Red Sea to let us through. Zecri still wore his cloak, but he'd lowered the hood, so his blue skin, violet eyes, black horns, and long dark hair were in full view. He cut an impressive figure. He'd worried about me drawing attention? All eyes were on him. I heard whispers as we passed. Drixonian, Drixonian, Drixonian. At a small stand near a food market, a tall, slim alien with purple hair sold cloaks. While Zecri constantly scanned our surroundings, nothing drew his attention until her stand. He made a beeline to it, tugging me along. Grabbing a long, dark blue cloak from a rack, he shoved my arms into it and pulled up the hood to hide my hair. He took a step back, eyeing me, before nodding to himself. "Better," he muttered. He tossed the seller a bag of coins and didn't bother to wait for change. "Why did you get me this?" I said, jogging to keep up with him as we continued on. "Everyone is looking at you." "They're looking at you," I murmured. He glanced at me with his eyebrow nubs raised. "What? They are. You're the one stomping around with your big muscles and perfect skin. I have pimples and my hair is greasy." "Pimples? Never mind." We made it to a building with lodging rooms without any more incidents. The building rose about 5 stories in the air and wasn't much better than Wargo's business, but at least this one didn't involve chains. At a desk on the bottom floor sat a squat yellow alien with a triangular-shaped head and 3 eyes. When he blinked them all at me, I shivered and looked away. Zecri plunked down a bundle of zens to get us a room for a few rotations, plus a tray of food. We rode a lift to the 3rd floor, which I balked at, because the last thing I wanted to do was get stuck in an alien elevator. But Zecri tugged me inside and slammed the doors shut, despite my protests. When we were finally locked safely inside our room, alone, Zecri opened Riven's pack. She emerged in a whirlwind of black hair. Her body went into full motion, hopping around the room while she shook out her arms and legs.
I was getting cramps in there,
she breathed with a laugh.
And I heard everything. Zecri was so badass back there.
Badass? He queried. Did Drixonians have a thing against cussing? Was I going to get mom-shamed for letting Riven curse? I had never really censored myself, and I had told Riven she could call Wargo a bitch, which I didn't regret. I cleared my throat. It's a compliment. Badass, he murmured to himself, flexing his fists. The machetes on his arms rippled before settling back under his skin. Riven immediately attacked the tray of food, and I joined her, while Zecri surveyed the room like he was checking it for bugs. I eventually got him to sit down and eat something, but he seemed troubled. Are you worried about Tajiri? I asked him. He didn't react. I shifted closer to him. Zecri? He jerked to attention. What did you say? I think that answered my question. His eyes narrowed, and I sighed. I asked if you were worried about Tajiri. He dismissed my question with a wave of his hand. I'm not worried about him. Why not? He took a long gulp of qua and swished it around in his mouth before swallowing. I'd rather protect what I already have than try to steal something that isn't mine. I barely suppressed a shiver at his possessive words. Then what has you thinking so hard? He leaned back, and Riven curled up at his side with her head on his lap. At first, he was startled, but then he gently brushed her hair out of her face. I couldn't help that you were seen, but unfortunately that means when I leave this room for any reason, food, supplies, and to barter passage off planet, I'll have to take you with me. If anyone suspects you're here alone, they will try to find you, and I won't be here to defend you.
What about me?
Riven asked, peering up at him with her wide purple eyes.
Will I have to be carried around in that pack all the time?
His face softened. No one knows about you, so you can stay here. My heart pounded. Are you sure? Riven had been a constant at my side since she was born. The thought of leaving her behind in this room felt like removing my arm from my body. I don't want the risk of her getting discovered until we find a way to leave the planet. He reached for me and circled my wrist with his long fingers. I'll get her a signal device from one of the vendors. If anything happens, she can let us know. I swallowed around the lump in my throat. Riven?
I'll be okay, Sibby,
she said with a yawn.
I know Z will protect us.
He patted her slim shoulder before gesturing to me. Get some rest. We'll need to head out soon. I didn't feel tired, but when I crawled to the bedding pad and covered myself with a blanket, I was asleep within minutes. Chapter 8. Sybil. Walking around without Riven was a weird feeling. I kept reaching for her hand, but her little body wasn't next to mine. She was back in our lodging room, clutching a small device with a button which would alert a watch on Zecri's wrist in case of an emergency. She had food, fresh bedding, and a small single-player game that Zecri had picked up from a vendor in the Gauls market. The cloak I wore was so long, the ends brushed the red sand ground, turning the dark blue fabric a dusty purple. Zecri strode with his arm around me, his massive hand cupping my shoulder. We were on our way to the drinking establishments of Gauls. Zecri said that was where the crews with spacecrafts gathered most often. In the distance, I could hear the din of a crowd cheering. What's that sound? I asked. His eyes slid to me. Fights. Fights? At least here, most of the fighters have chosen that way to make their zens. Outside of Gauls, gladiators are bought and sold, forced to fight to the death. Did you have to do that? He shook his head. Rexor did. Who's Rexor? His hand flexed on my shoulder, as we brushed past a few aliens with a sickly gray skin. Rexor, Miko, and Phoenix are Drixonian warriors like me. Once I escaped from Wargo, the four of us found each other. Where are they now? His gaze drifted up to the smoky haze in the sky over Gauls. Hopefully, they are home. Why didn't you join them? We all had our separate missions. Graven, I murmured. Yes. But you said there are more Drixonians on another planet. Why were the four of you sold here? A muscle in his jaw ticked, and his pace seemed to pick up. I broke into a light jog, but when he realized I was running, he slowed down. I'll explain another time. I wasn't stupid. I was sure whatever the reason, it was a source of pain for him. So I let the subject go for now, and focused on keeping up with Zecri as we walked through the back alleys of Gauls. The place was full of aliens of all kinds. I spotted a few Gatrix, like Kilzer, but mostly it was a melting pot of aliens. Several were large, but none had the commanding presence of Zecri. While I kept my hood up and face covered, Zecri kept his hood down. His long dark hair, cerulean skin, and black horns stood out in the crowd. He was broad, heavily muscled, and wore a face like thunder. While some aliens tried to catch glimpses of what I was beneath my clothes, one glare from Zecri had them skittering away. I heard whispers of Drix and mate. We entered bar after bar. They were loud and raucous, the floorboards cracked and stained. Zecri never let go of me. He either kept his arm around my shoulders, a palm on the back of my neck, or a firm grip on my wrist. I'd avoided any touch but Riven's for a decade, so at first the heat of his skin gave me goosebumps. But by the third hour or so of our search, I found myself craving his possessive hold. I wondered if he felt the same way. Was this only for show? Did he enjoy his hand on me? Even when I needed to use the expeller, he stood outside the stall, barking a warning at any other females who came near us. Each bar he asked around about passage, but was continually turned down. No room, no Drixonians, no mated pairs. No matter how many coins he offered, it wasn't enough. By the time we left the sixth place, Zecri was grinding his molars, and his grip was so tight on my wrist, I felt my bones creaking. I winced and flexed my fingers. Z, you're hurting me. He immediately released me and spun away. His back hit the side of a building, and he grunted before lowering his head between his shoulders. I'm sorry. Hey. I rushed to him and placed my hands on his chest so I could look up into his face. Don't apologize. I know you're frustrated. He didn't meet my gaze. You asked if I was worried about Tajiri. I went still. Yeah? I am now, he murmured. I think he's spreading the word to block our escape. I let my forehead hit his chest. Well, damn. He sighed, and I listened to the steady beat of his heart. His arms slowly wrapped around my shoulders. We will find someone who isn't swayed by Tajiri. I'm sure of it. I believed him, but I worried how long it would take. I hated leaving Riven behind in that room, and the longer we were in Gauls, the more risk we took. A slight rustling reached my ears, and I jerked up. At the same time, Z let out a rumbling growl. He shoved me behind him, so I hit the wall with an oomph. Who's there? He spoke through fang-gritted teeth. The air seemed to shimmer for a half-second, but it was so fast I told myself I imagined it. There was no sound in response to Zecri's words. No movement. I peered around his big body. Do you see anything? Stay back, he hissed at me. I am, I retorted. He stood with his machetes out, the blades shimmering in the light of the setting sun through the slits in his coat. After a long moment, he seemed convinced we were alone. Maybe it was just a rodent or a kid, I said. Maybe, he murmured. Grabbing my hand, he tugged me toward the mouth of the alley. We were almost out on the main street when a trio of figures stepped in front of us. I squinted to determine who they were when Zecri went solid at my side. The gray-skinned aliens stood on three-toed feet. They had very round eyes and high cheekbones. The one in front wore a simple uniform, but he gave off a dignified, sophisticated air that reminded me of royalty. Zecri let out a low growl, and for the first time that day, he left my side. With a lunge, he grabbed the first gray alien and hauled him against the wall of the alley. The other two made a move to protect their companion, but Zecri sent them flying to the ground with a mighty slash of his tail. With his forearms machetes pricking the skin of the alien in his arms, Zecri's nostrils flared as he spoke in a deadly voice, inches away from the alien's face. "How dare you show yourself in front of me?" "Please," the alien said in a harsh whisper, while a bead of his blood trickled down his neck, where Zecri's machetes had poked his skin. "Please give me a few moments of your time." Zecri pressed harder, and the gray alien's chest heaved. "You aren't worth even this amount of time. You want to know how many times I've dreamed of slicing into an Aldani neck?" Aldani. Aldani. Why was that familiar? Then I remembered what Zecri had told me. The Aldani had done something to him and sold him to this planet. "I don't blame you, but you ripped my machetes out of my spine. You made me." He shook his head. "You stole my future. If it's the last thing I do, I'll kill every last one of you." "You can, but first let me—" Zecri tossed him to the ground, where he landed in a swirl of dust. He shuffled away, and for the first time he glanced over his shoulder at me. His eyes went wide, and he held out his hand, as if that would stop the fast-approaching Zecri, who stalked toward him like a lion finishing off his meal. He crossed his wrists at his neck, and his eyes went dark as night. "I'll get you off this planet," the Aldani hollered, before covering his eyes with his hand. Just as Zecri hauled the Aldani to his feet and drew back his forearm machetes for a killing slash, I gasped out, "Wait!"
Zecri. The smell of his blood made me dizzy. Drops stained his coat. I imagined the sight of the fabric completely soaked through, the streets running with his blood. All Aldani blood. But Sybil's words stopped me. I held my arm above his bared neck and flashed my fangs. Below me, he panted, scared like the vermin he was. "I can get you off this planet. I can get you home." He rushed out. "Shut up," I growled. He swallowed and kept talking. "I know you want to kill me. This has nothing to do with you. I want to kill all Aldani." "Right, yes, all of us. And you have a good reason, but please hear me out." He slowly shuffled to his knees, and I watched him warily. He placed his hands palm down on his thighs and stared up at me beseechingly. "You won the war." I narrowed my eyes. "What war?" "The Drixonians. The second uprising. You invaded our city. You killed everyone responsible for what was done to you, and you left some of us alive to rebuild. We made a pact." No way my fellow warriors would make a pact with the Aldani. "You lie," I snarled. "I'm not lying." His voice rose, and I saw a little bit of defiance enter his gaze. The flecker. "Das Bakut and the rest of the Drixonians won the war and went home to Corin. Those of us Aldani left on Torin, we hadn't been aware of what was done to you. I don't care about your excuses. I know, and if you still want to kill me after hearing me out, then you can, but please, all I ask is, please let me do something to pay off the debt the Aldani owe you." He swallowed heavily and bowed his head. "Please, warrior Zecri. I can't give back what we took from you, but I can get you home." I suddenly felt so tired I could barely stand. So many times I'd imagined an Aldani kneeling before me, I pictured myself spilling their blood to avenge what was done to me and my brothers, but the Aldani had always been the faces of those from the laboratory, the ones who'd treated me without care or humanity. But this was not that Aldani. He was younger and spoke with a humble defiance. He wasn't bowing his head in defeat, but in apology. "I don't want your sympathy." My tongue felt thick in my dry mouth. "This is not about sympathy, but about reparations," he said, his head still bowed. Behind me, his companions were also on their knees, heads bowed. "Zecri?" Sybil whispered. I lifted my head, unsure of what she'd say. My core pounded, tugging me in all directions. I wanted to kill them just as much as I wanted off this planet. Weak with indecision, I took a stumbling step toward her. She rushed to my side and gripped me tightly. Her small hands gave me strength. "I can't imagine how you're feeling," she said softly. "I'll respect what you want to do. If you want to kill them now, I won't stop you." "But," I murmured. "No buts." She gave me a sad smile. "I also think if you want to hear them out, that's good too. I'll be right here at your side." She slipped her small hand into mine. "We can listen to what they have to offer us. You can still go on a killing spree afterward." "I can hear you, you know," the Aldani said wryly. My foot lashed out and caught him in the ribs. He let out a pained grunt. "And if I decide to kill you, that's my reparations, you scum." The Aldani took a deep breath and bowed his head again. "I accept that." I glanced up at the sky, seeking to calm my racing thoughts. If I were alone, I would have killed the Aldani on sight, even if it meant living the remainder of my life on this planet in this stinky city. But I had Sybil and Riven to think about. If there was any way the Aldani spoke the truth about getting us passage, then I had to hear him out. With a sigh, I rubbed my forehead. "Buy us a meal. I'll listen to what you have to say." The Aldani leapt to his feet so suddenly that I took a step back. "Yes, a meal." He nodded vigorously and gestured for his companions to get up. "I know a place we can have privacy." With a skip in his step, he waved for Sybil and me to follow him. She gave me a reassuring pat on my arm, and we followed him out of the alley into Gauls. The Aldani's name was Hob, and his companions were Beer and Burr, twin bodyguards who I could have wiped out with one slice of my machetes. Hob was visibly nervous around me, and Beer and Burr put on a brave front. When we'd walked into a private establishment, the owner had taken one look at Hob and quickly ushered us outside the back door to a small roofless structure where a table sat with a few stringed solar lights. After supplying us with a large amount of hot food and some strong spirits, she took her leave with a deep bow. I sat on one side of the table while Hob sat on the other with his bodyguard standing behind him. When Sybil sat down at my side, she shoved her hood off her face. All three Aldani sucked in sharp breaths at the sight of her golden hair. Hob waved his hand at the food. "Please, eat." He spoke to Sybil first, which made my spine snap straight. As soon as I caught Hob looking at her, his gaze dropped to the table. "I'm sorry. It's been a while since I've seen a human." "You've met other humans?" Sybil said, her voice muffled as she was mid-chew. Guilt hit me. I'd led her all over the city and hadn't taken the time to get her food. Hob nodded. "Several Drixonians have human mates. One was instrumental in helping her mate take over our city, in fact." She carefully picked up a piece of fruit. "Why do you talk about losing the war without any sadness?" Hob leaned back and crossed his arms over his chest. "Because I'm not sad about it. We're better off now." "I don't believe you," I snapped. Hob met my gaze square on, that slight defiance back in his eyes. "The Aldani elite who experimented and sold you are no more. We didn't know the extent of their misdeeds, and when we started to learn, those of us who disagreed had no power to fight back. The Drixonians stormed our city and killed those responsible. That was when we found out the full extent of what they'd done. Graham, our leader, has tasked several of us with making reparations for what our race has done, and one of those involved bringing home as many stolen warriors as we could find. We got word from Rexor that a warrior named Zecri was still on Vixlisten. It had been too long since I heard his name spoken out loud by anyone else. What do you know of Rexor? He's home on Corin with his brothers and the rest of the Drixonians. He watched me carefully. That includes 2 warriors named Miko and Phoenix. I heard you've had an interest in them too. I was glad I still sat because I would have definitely fallen to my knees in relief. They're home? Safe? What about their mates? Their human mates are safe with them. They're rebuilding there. We've provided some materials. We're not quite allies. Daz doesn't want much to do with us, and we respect, but Graham feels strongly about reparations. Reparations. The word felt weird in my mouth. I'd wanted revenge and chaos. I hadn't expected the enemy I'd hated all my life to feel indebted to me. How do I know you're telling the truth? How do I know you won't slice my guts open right now? He said with a small laugh. I still might. He nodded. And I came here knowing that was a risk. Sybil's hand rested on my arm, and she squeezed her fingers. The touch comforted me. I reached for a piece of meat and bit off a hunk. So, you're telling me you came here to bring me home? He nodded. I've been here for about a cycle. Today I heard about a Drixonian asking for passage off planet. I had hoped it was you. He swallowed, and his gaze dipped to my neck for a beat. And when I realized who you were and that you had a human mate with you, I knew I had to approach you. Tajiri is blocking anyone from taking you. You know that, right? I thought no one ruled Gauls, I grumbled. Zens and strength rule Gauls. Tajiri has both. I have Zens and strength too, more than Tajiri. Yes, but Tajiri is an evil they know, and he has no plans on leaving. They'd prefer not to draw his ire. I felt like pouting. They should be more scared of me. Hobb smiled. I agree. I've seen what Drixonians can do, more so when they have mates. Sybil shifted next to me, and I wrapped my arm around her to press her against my side. She leaned her head on my chest, and the smell of her hair calmed my irritation. So how are you going to get me off planet? We have to get you out of Gauls. Our cruiser is at a nearby dock, and we've paid the guards. We get there and we're free. When? Tomorrow night. Meet here and we'll exit the city by the back gates. We have a few buzzers. I studied him for a while, but his body language was completely open. I didn't sense any secrecy, but I still didn't like it. Don't think that any of this will make me like a single living Aldani. Hate us until you die, he said. I wouldn't blame you, but hate us when you're home safe with your mate and your brothers. His gaze shifted to Sybil. What do you think? She slowly straightened her spine. What do I think? I don't even know all you've done to him, but it doesn't matter. I'm on his side. All I asked him to do was let you plead your case, but if he did decide to separate your head from your body right now, I wouldn't stop him. Hobb threw back his head and laughed, a squeaky sound that grated on my nerves. He took a sip of his spirits and let out a satisfied gasp once he swallowed. Human females are a loyal, fearless bunch. One escaped our lab with Sax Bakut, and another overthrew our entire network with her mate. Sybil tried to hide it, but I could see how she nearly vibrated with energy at the knowledge of more humans. That was what solidified my position. Getting Sybil and Riven to a place they could be safe, happy, and surrounded by more humans was worth more than my pride. Let the Aldani think they were making their stupid reparations. All I cared about were my females. I snatched a plate of food and rose to my feet. Tomorrow night, right here. Surprised, Hobb leapt to his feet. Yes, tomorrow night, here. I pointed a claw at him. If anything feels off to me, I start slicing. Got it? Hobb nodded with a smile. I wouldn't expect anything less. I grabbed another plate, took Sybil's hand, and left Hob to stew about his possible near-future death.
Chapter 9. Sybil. Riven lay in the cleanser on a bundle of furs, asleep. I had always worried about how much she slept, but Zecri told me that was common for Drixonian chits. They matured within about 10 cycles, and their bodies were working hard to grow. They needed lots of rest. I combed the hair off her forehead and listened to her small snores before closing the door to the small room. I didn't bother waking her, and I had to admit, I liked knowing she was safe in the small room. Zecri lay on the other side of the bed padding, on his back, with his hands folded behind his head, staring at the ceiling. He hadn't spoken much since we arrived back to our lodging room. We'd told Riven she only had another day stuck in this room, and she'd been ecstatic. She'd made a mess of the place. Furs and furniture were everywhere, as she said she'd made herself an obstacle course. After we gave her some of the food we'd taken from our meal with the Uldani, she'd fallen asleep. I settled on the bed padding next to Zecri. "What's an obstacle course?" Zecri said suddenly. "What?" I shifted to my other side to face him. He rolled his head to the side. The flame from our small lantern created flickering light across his blue skin. "She said she made an obstacle course." "Oh, well, it's like a way to exercise. She made small physical challenges for herself." "She's smart," he said, almost to himself. "I think so, too." I reached over and lightly touched the inside of his elbow. "How do you feel about the meeting?" "I would like to hear you threaten the Uldani more. That was my favorite part." I blinked at him. "Are you teasing me?" The deep grooves in his cheeks creased as he grinned. "You're very cute when you're fierce." "Cute? That is, by definition, not fierce." He ignored me. "But you are only allowed to threaten when I'm around to back you up. Don't go threatening anyone on your own." "I'll threaten anyone I want to if it's to stick up for you." He stretched out his arm from behind his head and brushed the backs of his fingers along my temple. "Where did you learn to be fierce?" "I haven't been vocally fierce for a long time. With Kilzer, it was best to not be seen or heard. But around you?" I shrugged. "I feel fierce." "And I feel hopeful," he said in a near whisper. My heart pounded as Riven's snores drifted through the closed door. Zecri hadn't taken those mesmerizing purple eyes off me. "Zecri?" "Yes." What did the Uldani do to you?" His eyes closed as pain streaked across his face. I cursed myself for making him look like that. "I'm sorry. You don't have to answer." "They wanted me to be a breeder." His gaze returned to the ceiling, where he stared blankly with stiff muscles. "A breeder?" He swallowed. "When our females died, so did our desires. But the Uldani wanted to breed us and raise a new generation of devoted soldiers for their own purposes. I was taken during the first uprising. In order to..." He made a strangled sound in his throat. "In order to lay on my back for prolonged periods of time, they pulled out my head, neck, and back machetes." I jerked up to one hip so fast that my head spun. "They what?" "Shh. Riven's sleeping." "They did what?" His long lashes fluttered. "Drixonians have forearm machetes. We also have them on top of our heads, down our neck, and backs, to the base of our tails." "Z," I whispered. "They pulled them out, so I could lay on my back and breed." I covered my mouth with my hand to muffle my sobs. Tears fell from my eyes, hitting his chest with dull thumps. But I could not perform with the female species they provided. So they injected me with various medicines until I lost the exact purpose they wanted me for. A tide of dread rose before my eyes. What did you lose?" He spoke in an emotionless monotone. "I'm sterile." His eyelids fluttered once. I can't complete the one duty my race needs. I cannot produce offspring. I was sold to Wargo and forced to perform a mockery of everything the Drixonians hold sacred. My tears continued to fall. I remembered how he'd fallen to his knees when he'd seen Riven. I thought about Graven explaining the desperate need for any living Drixonians to find a way to reproduce. I wanted to tell him he had more purpose to his life than to make a child, but I also had to respect the history of his race, which placed so much importance on procreating. They were a dying breed, and here was a healthy male who couldn't contribute to the population growth because of some evil aliens who treated his body like a lab rat. And that was when I started to get angry. I swiped at my tears with a vicious wipe of my hand. "Those fuckers!" I spat. Zecri immediately sat up in alarm. "Are you all right?" I scrambled off the bed, tripping on the edge of a fur before righting myself. I spun on Zecri as I felt my skin flush beet red from my chest, up my neck, to my face. "No, I'm not all right. How could I be all right after you just told me what they did to you?" He blinked at me in alarm. "Sybil, keep your voice down. You're going to wake. I should have let you kill them." I began to pace back and forth, my bare feet slapping the floor. "I should have let you. Why did you let me stop you?" "Well, we'll go right now." I glanced around desperately for my shoes, feeling like I needed to hit something or scream something, or both at the same time. My fists clenched rhythmically at my sides. Shit, I need to pee first. Let me pee, and then we'll get to killing. Zecri rose slowly with his arms out, like he was approaching a wounded animal. "Sib, you get the killing blow, but let me get a few shots in first." I threw a few air punches. He let out a strangled sound. "Okay, killer. Let's talk first." I shoved my foot into my boot and hopped around, looking for my other one. "How you want to do this? I'll beat on Hob and weaken him a bit, while you take the bodyguards." Finding my other shoe, I shouted in triumph. I had just slipped my toes inside when blue arms banded around my chest and hauled me into the air. "Hey!" I squeaked out as the room spun and I landed on the bed padding. "Hey!" I shouted again, just as Zecri's weight landed on me. The air left my lungs in a whoosh, and I gasped for breath. Holding himself above me just enough so I could inhale, Zecri locked eyes with me. His swirled a warm, glowing violet in the dim light of the room. I went still at the color. Such a contrast from his typical cold indigo. "See?" I whispered. Slowly, he braced on one arm over me, while the other hooked my hair behind my ear. The backs of his fingers brushed my cheek, and his gaze drifted to the wake of his touch as he continued down my neck to the top of my collarbone. There, he lightly traced the bone. I lay frozen, my arms on either side of my head, palms up. Warmth followed his touch, sending sparks out to every limb and extremity, until all the heat seemed to concentrate in my lower belly. I fought not to squirm, but the intensity of his gaze and the proximity of his body was wreaking havoc on my mind. Finally, his gaze drifted back to my eyes. His lips parted in a soft sigh of contentment. "I don't think anyone has ever gotten that angry on my behalf before." Angry? What had I been angry about? Oh yeah, those old Donnie fuckers. I swallowed, trying to hold on to that anger. "Well, yeah, I'm really mad." "You'd fight for me?" His question had a teasing tone to it, but underneath, I sensed he really wanted to know the answer. So I gave it to him as sincerely as I could. I would. And I will.
Zecri. The soft skin of her chest was damp with sweat, and I had a hard time not focusing on the rounded tops of her breasts as they heaved with her breaths. The sight of her punching the air in defense of me would forever be imprinted in my mind. She was small but fierce, and in the dim lantern light, her golden hair glowed while her blue eyes had darkened. I went on my elbows over her and cupped her face, Her soft skin felt like a dream on my calloused palms. No more fighting. Well, I'll never forgive the Aldani. Hob did not do this to me. We will take the offer to get us off this planet because it's the only way. She swallowed. If you say so. I do. Her hand lifted off the bed and she stroked my hair at the side of my head. What they did to you was monstrous and unforgivable, and I'm sorry, She bit her lip before continuing. Well, I understand the situation Drixonians face since you lost your females. I hope you know that your worth is not tied to procreating. You know that, right? My Cora beat wildly inside my chest like a storm. I didn't answer her because I knew what I wanted to say wasn't what she wanted to hear. Z, she whispered as her lower lip trembled. Please. I shook my head, unable to let her down with words, but realizing my silence wasn't any better. You can't allow yourself to dream for other things? Wetness leaked from her eyes to roll down her temples. You still deserve love and... I shoved myself off of her, but didn't get far. She rose and wrapped herself around me like a chit with her chin propped on my shoulder. Her legs straddled my waist as I sat on my knees. The heat of her core spread to my groin, and I gasped when I felt the familiar stirrings of my cock. My mouth went dry, and I went still, unsure what to do or say. I'd never gotten hard without Wargo's drugs injected in my veins. The feel of my body reacting without my consent or welcome stimulation had been violating, but this was different. Heat flooded my veins as Sybil's hot breath puffed against my neck. Her body was soft and pliant in my arms, and when she rubbed against me, I couldn't hold back a small groan. She stopped immediately. Z? I couldn't speak or move. I'd never once felt desire like this. Before, my cock had merely gotten hard and then wilted before I could ever spend my release. This was something else. Something that didn't feel wrong or forced. Sybil, I whispered, and I could hear the tremble in my tone. Her hands came up to frame my face, and my vision was filled with her watery blue eyes and flushed face. Hey, she murmured as her thumbs brushed my cheek. Hey, it's okay. I couldn't suck in air fast enough. My Cora was racing so fast I could hear it in my ears. Shh. Her hands were on my body, down my neck and crossing my shoulders before rubbing my chest in soothing circles. It's okay. I know. I feel it. It just happened. She smiled. Yeah, that's the way it works. Panic sent a shiver down my spine. I'd never felt this weak or scared, but I also couldn't seem to end this. To tell Sybil no, because more than anything, her smile and soft touch was the only thing keeping me from flying apart and into pieces. I swallowed. I want to tell you something. Her fingers rubbed the back of my neck. Tell me. I've never felt this. To get hard to perform at Fisk, I was injected with a drug, and even then, I couldn't release. A muscle in her jaw ticked, and I saw that spark of anger she had earlier, but then she inhaled deeply and let it out before her smile returned. It was strained, but reassuring. Do you want to know what it feels like? My cock pulsed between us. What? Her lips touched mine, so soft, so warm. And then her mouth opened and her tongue licked the seam of my lips. I opened them and she delved inside. Her tongue lapped at mine playfully and I followed her lead, trying my best to understand this kiss. She squirmed in my lap, putting pressure on my cock, and a long moan rumbled up from my throat. I banded my arm around her lower back and pressed her closer to me. She let out a little squeak and immediately pulled back. Did I hurt you? Her cheeks were a deep pink, and her eyes had lost the watery sadness and were now a glazed blue. Not at all, she whispered. Have you ever kissed before? I shook my head. She kissed me again, harder this time, and I gave back as good as I got. I couldn't get enough of her flavor, and my tongue searched her mouth until I found no area untouched. Her hips rolled steadily against me, and I could feel the lebo leaking from my cock to dampen the inside of my pants. I angled my head to kiss her deeper and felt the hard points of her breasts against my chest. My head spun, and I felt like I was going to come out of my skin. I drew back from the kiss to shove my face against her neck, needing to ground myself when all I wanted to do was rut against her like an animal. My hips churned of their own accord, and I whined with the need to increase the pressure. Suddenly, the clasp of my pants loosened, and her soft voice crooned in my ear. "Let me see. Let me touch you." A strangled moan left my throat when I felt her small fingers wrap around the shaft of my cock and squeeze. "Oh, Fleck!" I mouthed against the skin of her neck and sucked a small patch between my lips. With my mouth full of her, my moans came out muffled. Her scent was all around me, her breath, her wet cunt, invading my senses and driving me out of my mind. Her hand stroked me, and I bucked against her hold, unable to hold back. I'd never felt this driving need for release, this wildfire in my veins. "Sybil," I gasped out as I sucked her neck harder. Her other hand grasped my hair at the back of my neck. "Let go," she whispered in my ear. "Just let go." With a cry, my cock pulsed, and I was coming hard, my body convulsing as I shot my seed into my pants and all over her hand. She stroked me through it until I was spent and panting, weak with the aftershocks of my release. And still, she soothed me with soft pets and crooning noises as if I was a chit. But I didn't care. I sure felt as weak as one right now. Being in her arms was the closest thing to happiness I'd ever felt in my life. Finally, I pulled back to see her face still flushed and a hesitant smile on it. She brushed my hair off my face. "How do you feel?" I could barely keep my eyes open as my body seemed to have wrung itself out through my cock. I returned her smile, although mine felt a bit crooked with fatigue. "Like I could sleep for 1,000,000 cycles?" Her smile grew, and she poked at the corner of my mouth. "I like your post-orgasm smile. It's all lopsided. I feel like my muscles have turned to mush. Ooh." She blew on her knuckles, then rubbed them on her chest in an unfamiliar gesture. "1 point for Sybil." "What does that mean?" "It means I did my job." She carefully unwrapped herself from my body and directed me to lay back on the bed. "Sleep. But sleep," she said as she curled up next to me with her head on my chest. "Don't think about anything else. I'm fine. Caring for someone isn't expecting something in return. But I want," she yawned. "You can make up for it later." "You keep interrupting me," I groused, "because I know what you're going to say." "I can smell you. You want release too." Her head shot up. "You can smell?" She shook her head and thunked it back down on my chest. "Never mind. Sleep."
Chapter 10. Sybil. I woke up to the feeling of a hot palm on my bare stomach. Jerking away, I accidentally smacked Zecri, who rested his head on my chest, while his hand roamed my belly and hips. Immediately, heat swirled in my core and pooled between my legs. I shifted them, and his head came up. Seeing I was awake, he smiled a sleepy smile that had a little bit of mischief in it. I couldn't believe he had it in him. One hand job, and he was like another alien. Z? I rose on my...
You've come far in the story. Let this quiet melody carry you through a moment of peace. Thanks for being part of our audiobook family.
elbows and lifted one eyebrow. What's going on? He rolled onto his stomach between my legs, and I sucked in a breath when I felt the heat of his palm coast up my inner thigh. You said I could make it up to you later. I blinked at him. Yeah, but I didn't mean this morning. He swallowed. Please. His tongue snaked out of his mouth, and I let out a gasp when I realized how long it was. He could curl it around the bottom of his chin, and in the center, just like Graven, he had 3 ball piercings. Oh, was all I managed to say. His fingers hooked around the waistband of my underwear and began to pull. Is that a yes? It's, When the first of my blonde curls came into view covering my mound, he purred a pleased rumble. I felt the vibration in my clit and grew damp. Yes, I gasped out. It's a yes. He tugged off my underwear and settled his wide shoulders on the bed, hooking my knees over his back. Exposed and vulnerable, I could do nothing but lie there and let him study my pussy like it was the most fascinating thing he'd ever seen. Zecri, I murmured. He ran a finger up my slit and swirled the tip around my clit. I jerked at the touch, and my legs shook. He lifted his finger to his mouth and lapped at it with his tongue. I nearly came from the sight. His eyes rolled back in his head, and he let out the most pleased moan I'd heard in my life. Before I could process another thought, his head dipped, and that long tongue was making its way through my folds. With a rumbling growl, he dove in like this was his last day of freedom before being sent off to war. His fangs nipped my delicate skin, and the balls on his tongue tortured my clit until I couldn't tell whether I wanted more or it was too much. I squirmed on the furs and gripped his hair, which only spurred him on. He started a steady vibration somewhere in his chest, and a vague memory told me Graven called that prushing. The vibration traveled down his long tongue, and right as he met my gaze over my heaving chest, he plunged it inside of me. I let out a cry before clapping my hand over my mouth. It'd been too many trips around the sun since I had anything inside of me, and certainly nothing this thick, delicious, and oh so perfect. He fucked me with his tongue like we were the last 2 living beings on the planet. All the while he kept up the steady prushing as I bucked into his mouth with abandon. When a clawed finger flicked my clit, I came undone, coming against his face like Old Faithful. I tried to muffle my cries, but I doubted I was successful, because when the aftershocks of the orgasm were still trembling my limbs, I found my throat was sore. I stared at the ceiling as I caught my breath. Zecri dislodged my fingers from his hair and rose above me. He licked around his mouth, which was shiny with my juices. I expected a smug smile, but instead he settled next to me with a crease between his brow and a slight clench to his jaw. I flopped a jelly-like hand around until I found his. Threading our fingers together, I squeezed with a smile. Hi. He lifted our hands and pressed his lips to my knuckle. Hello. I poked at his chin. Why the long face? Long face? Why don't you look happy? I am happy. His face didn't change. No smile. You don't look happy. He brought our hands to his chest and uncreased his brow. I'm happy in here. Then he tapped his temple. In here, there's a lot going on, so it's better not to make any facial expressions. That doesn't mean I don't feel. I rolled onto my side. Is that how you've survived all this time? You keep it all in here? I patted his chest. He nodded. I keep it all in my Cora. Although, even that, he sighed. I haven't let myself think about those feelings for a long time. And what changed? Finally, he managed a small smile. You? Riven? Allowing yourself to dream? Just like that, his smile dimmed. I wouldn't go that far. I shrugged, brushing off his words. It's fine. I'm dreaming for you. We'll use those old Donnie fuckers to go to... Corin, right? Corin, he confirmed. Corin. And we'll meet your friends. Are Rexor, Miko, and Phoenix like you? They were experimented on like me, but they were meant to be super soldiers. Rexor has wings and anger issues. Miko can eject his machetes from his body like weapons, but it's painful to do so. And Phoenix can make fire. Make fire? He opened his palm and made a whooshing sound. Fire. I felt like my eyes were going to bug out of my head. Damn. They have negative side effects, too. The Eldani, for all their experiments, were not good at it. When their projects failed, they sold us here. Rexor was a gladiator. Miko was sent to the pit for criminals. And Phoenix worked in the mines. But they're all safe now, according to Hobb, right? That was the plan. They all met and rescued humans. That was the destiny Phaetos gave them. Graven told me about Phaetos. He believed she was still with us. He believed till the end. Zecri sighed. I'm not surprised. You don't think she's still there, watching out for you? I realized what a stupid question it was when his expression darkened. No, he said curtly. I do not. My gaze drifted to the door where Riven slept. I was about to argue with him, but at the last minute decided against it. I could dream for Zecri, but I couldn't make him dream for himself. His hand settled on my upper chest, warm and protective. I glanced at him, expecting his carefully blank expression, especially because of the topic we'd just been on. Instead, his features were soft, regretful. I take that back. His thumb drew a comforting circle at the hollow of my throat. You're the first one in my life who made me wonder if Phaetos hasn't abandoned me. I scratched at his chin and play-snapped at my finger with a click of my teeth. I like the positive change in your attitude. I mean, I am pretty great. He barked out a laugh that startled both of us. I grinned at him. What made you? He swallowed. Touch me. Because I wanted to? I answered simply. So you did it for you and not for me? His lips curled at the corners in a smirk. Absolutely. Completely selfish. He huffed a laugh and rolled onto his back, eyes closing. I wouldn't have been able to stand it if you touched me out of pity. His halting voice dipped low. I don't pity you. I'm angry at what was done to you, but I admire that you're who you are, protective and caring. Zecri, I'm attracted to you. When you look at me, my heart pounds. When you touch me, my skin prickles and my body heats. Did you touch me just to pay me back for last night? His head jerked to the side, and he narrowed his eyes. No. Then why did you touch me? Last night, I felt like if you didn't touch me, I'd die. And this morning, I felt like if I couldn't touch you, my Cora would cease to beat. I hadn't expected that answer, and air left my lungs like I'd been struck. All I managed was a strangled, "Oh." He sat up and rose to his feet. With his arms stretched over his head, I got an eyeful of every inch of his muscular body, from his scars to his colorful skin, to the way his hair brushed his lower back. Why don't you wake Riven? He said. I'm going to ask the lodging manager to send someone to get us food. I don't think we should leave today until we have to. Okay, was all I could say, still stuck on his earlier words. I wasn't quite sure how to define what had occurred between us. All I knew was it meant a hell of a lot to me. And when he turned around with a soft smile, I knew it meant a lot to him too. Stay here. I'll be right back. I nodded. Sure. He tugged on his pants, shoved his feet into his boots, and left, locking the door behind him.
Zecri. I shut the door behind me a moment before my knees buckled. I slid to the ground in a squat and covered my head with my arms. My mind spun in a death spiral, and I was so fucking hard I couldn't believe I'd been able to clasp my pants. I wanted her even now. The taste of her lingered in my mouth. The feel of her skin was imprinted in my mind. I understood now why my brothers had been willing to go to the lengths they had for their mates. At first, I'd told myself this was about getting Riven to safety, and Sybil was along for the ride. But I'd been kidding myself. From the moment I'd seen her standing in front of her child, braced for battle, I'd been gone for her. I'd ignored it until last night when she unraveled the knots of pain tied in my chest. With every beat on my Cora, I knew I'd risk it all for Sybil. Slowly, I gathered my strength and got back to my feet. This wasn't the time to have a breakdown. I was supposed to be strong, emotionless, a machine, but all I could think about was running back into the room and falling into Sybil's arms while she crooned in my ear and ran her fingers through my hair. I'd never been cared for like that. Cradled, protected. But Sybil had done that, hadn't she? She created a diversion to save me from Wargo and told me to my face that she'd do everything in her power to save me in the future if I needed it. That brave, stubborn, beautiful female. In the past, I'd felt like I had another sense where I could see what events were coming on the horizon. I could very nearly scent danger in the air. But with Sybil, I couldn't determine what was coming for me. But she couldn't be mine. She shouldn't. Even if by some miracle the three of us made it back to Corn alive, she should be free to mate with someone of her choosing. A whole male with the ability to fill her belly with babies if she so wished. Riven could have a brother or sister. I'd never have that family. The Eldani had ruined that for me. I found the lodging manager's office and offered a few extra zens for an errand boy to get us a meal. In moments, a small brup came galloping up to me on his four hooves, a sack on his back that was warm to the touch. When I arrived back at the room, Riven was awake and bright-eyed. Sybil was brushing her hair while a rumbling melody vibrated her closed lips. She stopped when I walked inside and smiled. "Well, that was quick. Zens get a lot done here. Good to know that's no different no matter what planet you're on," she said with a small laugh. We dug into the food, a selection of some fried meats with fresh bread that still steamed when I cracked the crust. There was also some fruit and a tangy drink Riven attacked. She'd downed half of it before Sybil snatched it away. She sniffed, then took a sip. Her eyes went wide. "Oh, great, this is pure sugar." "Sugar?" "Sweet stuff," she said with pursed lips. "No more, Riven." "But it's good." "Of course, it's good. It tastes like soda, but it'll make you hyper, and I don't need a hyper Riven on my hands." The chip pouted and then shifted her gaze to me. I didn't like the cunning look in her eyes. She cocked her head. "Zecri, can I have more of my drink?" I froze mid-chew and looked to Sybil. Her mouth dropped open. "Riven, no. If I say no, then he will back me up." She shot me a fierce look. "Right?" I was almost afraid to answer because she looked like she'd cut me if I got it wrong. "What?" She sighed in exasperation. "Agree with me." What Sybil said," I said. The human smiled proudly and Riven scrunched her nose. "Well, I tried." "A for effort," Sybil said, shoving some more meat into Riven's face. While she chewed, Sybil glanced at me. "Two things to know about kids. Never show weakness and always present a unified front." "Noted," I murmured, my mouth tugging into a smile. "I heard that." Riven smirked. "I know." Sybil dropped a piece of bread into her mouth. "So, what's the plan today?" I ticked off my fingers. Rest, clean up, pack, meet Hob at sundown. "What's happening?" Riven asked. We gave her a brief rundown of the events from last night, and I underestimated her knowledge of Drixonian history. She jerked to her feet and clenched her small fists. "We're working with the Aldani?" Her voice went up a pitch. Sybil tugged on her wrists. "Wait, listen to us." "But they hurt us." Riven stomped her foot. I don't want to see one. I don't want to feel thankful when we're in this mess because of them. Riv, Sybil tried. You'll kill them all after they get us to safety, right? Riven turned on me. Because... Sit down. I held up a hand, palm out, which effectively silenced her. I'd never spoken to her in that tone before, and I felt guilty when her face blanched a pale blue. Her lip trembled before she thunked down on her butt and stared at the ground. Drixonians are powerful and skilled at fighting, yes, but that comes with a responsibility. We don't attack unless there is a reason. Riven's head shot up. But these Aldani were not the ones who hurt me. Us. Her brow furrowed in question. If what Hobbs said is true, then he was not aware of what the Aldani elite were doing to us. A new generation has taken over, and they are committed to not only never harming us again, but carrying out some good deeds for us. Even now I worried Hobb was lying, but he'd mentioned Rexor, Phoenix, and Miko. He knew Daz Bakut, and he'd left himself defenseless to my machetes. So Hobbs said he will get us home. If he does as he says, then he lives, Riven. I won't kill him. Riven's eyes cast down to the floor, and she hugged Teddy, her cheeks growing darker. I'm sorry, Zecri, she said in a soft voice. I gripped her chin and lifted her eyes to mine. You don't have to apologize. I was angry too. I almost killed him when I first saw him and would have if it was not for Sybil. It's okay to be angry, and it's okay not to forgive and forget. I don't have to be kind to Aldani again in my life, and I probably won't be, but I won't kill one unless he gives me a reason to, or if I meet one who harmed me in the past. She sniffed. I'm embarrassed. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. What happened to us was unforgivable. If it weren't for you and Sybil, it's possible I wouldn't have been able to hold myself back. But I won't let my anger at the Aldani prevent us from getting home. Riven swiped at her eyes, where I saw a few tears. Drixonians didn't cry like humans, but it seemed Riven had inherited the human tears. She nodded and shot me a watery smile. I felt a hand on my arm and turned to find Sybil shooting me a beaming smile. I had been worried I'd flecked up with Riven during this conversation, but the pride shining in Sybil's eyes told me I'd done okay. Maybe a little more than okay.
Chapter 11. Sybil. We left our lodging as the sun began to set. Riven was carefully bundled in a pack on Zecri's back. Both of us were uneasy about what would happen once Hobb saw her. It was inevitable. We wouldn't be able to keep her hidden on a spacecraft the entire journey to Corin. Would Hobb change his mind once he saw her? Would he go back on his commitment to reparations? The thought filled me with dread, but we didn't have much choice. Both of us had been living based on others' decisions for a long time, so this was the one we were making, and we'd deal with the consequences. I glanced at Zecri from under my hood. He strode through the marketplace with a single-minded determination. His hood was up too, but there was no mistaking his bulk as a Drixonian warrior. He towered over almost all the other species here. Plus, his violet eyes glowed in the dimming light. He kept his hand linked with mine, and I tried not to let the warmth of his touch distract me from what was ahead. Part of me wanted to run back to the lodging and commit to a life on the run on this planet. Anything which ensured I'd have Zecri's body next to mine at night. I could still feel the grasping of his hands, the plunge of his tongue. I shivered, and Zecri gave me a sharp glance. Are you all right? Fine, I murmured as we cut down an alley. He adjusted the pack holding Riven and squeezed my hand. I won't let anything happen to you. That wasn't what had been on my mind, but I wasn't going to correct him because that was embarrassing. I knew he'd been into what we were doing, but once dressed and focused on our mission, he was hard to read. Attentive to me, yes, but not in a sexual way. There was no flirting or teasing. I didn't think Zecri knew how to flirt. But a little gesture showing he enjoyed what we'd done and wanted to do it again would be nice. I blew out a breath, frustrated with myself. This was not the time to think about these things. I reached up and patted the pack which held Riven. For a moment, I let my hand rest there and could feel the rise and fall of her back as she breathed. Content she was all right, if not a little cramped, I dropped my hand and walked fast to keep pace with Zecri. We reached the small eating establishment we'd first met Hob and strode inside. The same alien who'd served us was there again. She took one look at us and pointed toward the back door. Zecri didn't stop to say a word, but I whispered a quick thanks as we plowed through the back door and right into the small space where Hob stood waiting with his 2 guards, just as he said he would. Zecri's hand squeezed mine so hard I felt the bones crack. But once he glanced around to ensure we were alone with the Uldani, he relaxed somewhat. I slipped my hand from his and flexed my fingers. "Sorry," he whispered, placing a warm palm on the back of my neck. "It's fine." I waved my sore hand. "Don't worry about me." "You came," Hob said, not bothering to hide the surprise in his tone. "We did," Z answered in a tight voice. "I'm assuming you don't want to waste time talking here." "You would be correct," Z confirmed. Hob nodded and turned to his guards. "You flank the human. Zecri and I will lead." "She doesn't leave my side," Zecri cut in with a growl. Hob turned slowly with his eyes wide. "Excuse me?" "She doesn't leave my side," Zecri repeated. "I'm responsible for her. Me and me alone." Hob swallowed and blinked. "Right. You lead. Your guards back us up, and I'll walk in the middle with Sybil." The Uldani studied Zecri, and for a moment I wondered if there was going to be some stupid macho man power struggle, until Hob dipped his head, nearly in subservience, before lowering his eyes. "That is fine with me." Zecri didn't look smug or victorious. He only gripped my hand again, looser this time, and stared straight ahead. And that was the thing I was learning about Zecri. None of his posturing had anything to do with ego. He didn't actually care who was in charge. He only wanted to make sure Riven and I were protected, and he knew he was the best to do it. My respect for him soared. I had spent so much time in internships with incompetent men scrabbling to be top dog that it was refreshing to be with this male alien who didn't give a shit about power. I lifted his hand to my mouth and pressed my lips to his knuckles. His hand flexed in my hold, and when I glanced up, he was staring at me with impossibly dark eyes. His Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed, and I gave him a smile. "Thank you," I whispered. His eyes softened a fraction, but he didn't answer because we were moving now. Hob strode quickly and quietly, and his guards were silent behind us, not even a rattle from their weapons. Zecri took care to stomp a little less loudly in his big boots, and I took soft footsteps. We didn't want to draw much attention to ourselves, even if we were taking deserted alleys in the direction of the back gates. I kept expecting an army of Uldani to jump out at us, surprise, and tell us this was all a setup. But the night was quiet. The sun had set now, and I could barely see much at all. The only light spilled out onto the streets was from lanterns and homes. The silence was almost worse than a crowded market, because I focused on every single scuffle and animal squeak. By the time we made it to the back gates, my nerves were shot. Hob motioned for the guards to open the gates, but Zecri made it there first, busting the lock with a slash of forearm machetes and shoving the doors. They swung open with a creak, and he gestured for Hob to walk through first. With a nod, he conceded, and when he walked out into the night without incident, Zecri tugged on my arm, so we followed. As Hob had promised, a few buzzers sat in a ravine about 100 yards from the gate, gleaming and ready for our escape. We rode over the red sand quickly, and there were times where it felt like I could barely see my hand an inch from my face in the darkness. The dock was lit by only a few glowing lights, and a few guards roamed the metal planking where 6 spacecraft sat, still and silent. I clutched the bundle hiding Riven to my chest. She squirmed slightly, probably to let me know she was doing okay. We'd poked a few holes to make it more breathable for her, but I didn't dare reveal her. Not yet. Not until we were safely in space, soaring toward Corin. We parked the buzzers near a few other vehicles under the docks. After slinging Riven back over his shoulder, he took my hand as we followed Hob to the ramp leading up to the docks. Behind us, the guards walked with their hands on their belts, where their laser guns were holstered. Their heads swiveled, and I felt a soft breeze swirl around my legs, just as Zecri stopped abruptly. The guards plowed into his back, and Hob whirled around. "What?" Zecri's lips pulled back in a snarl. "You flecker." Hob's mouth fell open. "What?" "An ambush. You drew me here, so—" "What are you talking about?" "I hear the flecking buzzers," Zecri hissed. And just then, I heard them too. A low-grade hum carrying on the breeze, just as forms materialized on the horizon. Hobbs' head whipped to face the intruders. Genuine shock and fear slackened his features before his lips thinned in determination. "Now is not the time to plead my case. All I can say is I meant every word I said to you. Whoever that is has nothing to do with me." Zecri raised his machetes in the air. "You kill me now." Hobbs' eyes flashed. "And that's one less fighting on your side." He turned to his guards. "Get the human to the ship. We'll hold them off." "Sybil doesn't leave my side," Zecri roared. "Then she stays and gets taken by him." He pointed a finger at the leader of the approaching attack. Even from this distance, I could make out Tajiri's form. With a roar, Zecri hauled me in his arms and raced up the ramp to the spacecraft. Hob and the guards pounded after us. "They'll be here before we can leave the dock," Hob shouted. "I'm getting her on the ship," Zecri called over his shoulder. "What?" I smacked his chest. "Without you? No!" He stared me down with nearly black eyes. "I'll get on the ship once I take care of Tajiri. Now isn't the time to argue, Sybil." He was right, so I shut my mouth as we approached a small spacecraft, about the size of a small plane. He lowered the back ramp of the spacecraft and shoved me inside. The guards followed, heading straight to the cockpit, where they began flipping switches, slapping buttons, and shoving levers to get the spacecraft in operation. Hob and Zecri whirled around just as Tajiri and his crew arrived at the dock. Hob pulled out his laser gun and began blasting, while Zecri had no qualms about fighting from a distance. With a loud battle roar, he leapt off the ramp and landed on two Rogasticks while slicing their heads clean from their bodies. I clutched Riven to my chest as the fight raged below. "Close the ramp!" Hob shouted over his shoulder at me. But I couldn't. I refused to take my eyes off Zecri, who slashed and tore into the Rogasticks like a one-man army. Just when I thought this would all be over in minutes, thanks to Zecri and Hobbs' laser gun marksmanship, a new set of vehicles appeared in the distance. I recognized the leading vehicle right away. It was Kilzer, and if I wasn't mistaken, sitting next to him was Wargo. "Zecri!" I shouted, and he rose from the pile of bodies, covered in a slick, sticky liquid, to gaze at the new set of attackers. Even from at a distance, I could see the anger darken his features. He wouldn't make it to me in time, and the aircraft still wasn't ready to go. The guards were swearing behind me, leading me to believe there was an issue, which was great. Just fucking great.
"Sibby?"
came Riven's voice, and I clutched her to me tighter, just as she ripped a hole wider in the pack and stuck her head out. "No!" I frantically tried to cover her. "Stay inside!"
"What's going on?"
She slapped my hands away, and just then, Hob turned around. His eyes landed on her, and he went statue still. I didn't say a word, only wrapped my arms around Riven and gave him my fiercest mama bear look. His gaze slowly lifted to mine, and something like resignation crossed his face. He tilted his chin up, and then brought it down in a decisive nod. With one last look at Riven, he took off at a dead sprint down the ramp.
Zecri. I watched as Kilzer and Wargo approached. The most precious things in my life were behind me, and I'd kill anything intent on harming them. I felt a presence at my side and glanced over to see Hob drawing his laser gun up to aim. His jaw was set, and he stared straight ahead. I saw her. Panic seized me. Who? Now I know why you were willing to work with me. Because of the child. I reacted without thought. My hand gripped his throat until his eyes bulged. If you harm her... No! He sputtered. Let me talk, will you? I loosened my grip only slightly, and he wriggled before giving up. I had intended to fight for you, but now that I saw her... You will get off this planet, Drixonian. I promise. Now let me go before you choke me. I have some enemies to kill. I shoved him away, and he stumbled before righting himself and fixing his coat. I pointed a finger at his face. Don't think this makes us even. I wouldn't even dream of it, he muttered. As the vehicles drew closer, he lifted his laser gun. Squinting with one eye, he took a shot. At first, I thought he missed, until a spark flew from the front of Kilzer's vehicle, and the entire thing tilted to the right before plowing into the sand. One by one, he picked off the remaining vehicles, but that didn't stop the attackers, who appeared from the wrecked hovercraft stumbling and pissed off. How much longer? Hob looked to the dock, and one of his guards answered. Not long. Hold them off as long as you can. Hob sighed as he pulled a curved blade from his cloak. Ready? I swiped my bloody machetes on my cloak. Ready. We met the first attackers head-on, a squad of Plikins who I knew were Wargo's guards. I slashed at them with my machetes and tail, tearing into their guts and throats with abandon. Beside me, Hob fought smart and fast. Aldani were not known as fighters, but Hob was quick with a blade and light on his feet. He took out a few Plikins on his own without my intervention. I gave him an impressed look, and he seemed to preen. But we didn't have time as the second wave, a smattering of Gatrix from Kilzer's household, hit us with a vengeance. They were harder to kill, with tough exoskeletons that resisted my machetes until I put all my strength into them. Hob had a harder time and took a few blows to the body before he was able to stab his attacker. I glanced over to find him stumbling. Go back to the ship, I growled at him. What? No way, he snarled. You'll die here. He rounded on me with a bloody nose and an injured leg. I came here prepared to die to get you to safety. I went still at his words even as a second group of Plikins began a steady sprint toward us while warbling a war cry. What did you say? I will die here if it means you, that human, and that child get to safety. No, I whispered as anger rose in me, red hot. No, you will not die for me. Well, that's not up to you. He spit out a bloody wad. Now fight, Drix. I went at the new attackers with a deep-seated anger that had me slicing into them with abandon. But this time the attacks kept coming, appearing from the downed vehicles as if they were cloning themselves. Beside me, Hob bled from every limb, yet he didn't stop. I took a blade to the side and could feel my hot blood dripping down my leg to pool in my boot. A shout went up from behind us, and I turned to find the spacecraft shuddering, alive. Zecri! Sybil's voice could be heard over the sounds of the fight. It's time! Get back now! I picked up Hob by the collar and began to run back to the ramp, but before I could reach the dock, Wargo stepped into my path, flanked by 24 Plikin guards. Where were they all coming from? I skidded to a halt in pain and furious. Leave! I shouted to the spacecraft. Zecri. Hob panted. You owe me reparations, I snarled. Tell them to leave now. Hob inhaled sharply. Take off! He rasped in a ragged shout. Wargo directed a few Plikins up the ramp, but the door to the spacecraft was already closing. I could see Sybil turn frantic as the door shut. Her mouth opened, and I saw her lips say my name and heard the distant sounds carry the distance. Riven's blue face swam in my vision. I'd never see her again, but it didn't matter as long as they were safe. I felt a pang in my cora and my knees shook. This was it. My mission. I should have felt happy I'd completed seeing them off. So why did I hurt so much? Get them! Wargo shouted, but it wasn't going to happen. Hob and I would die here, but at least I knew Riven and Sybil would get to Cora and be happy. Have a future. Suddenly, the door to the spacecraft halted before slamming open again. Riv! Sybil's voice shouted, and my body froze in shock as Riven flew from the door to land on the ramp with a thud. We can't leave Zecri, she cried. Riv! Sybil's voice came again from inside the spacecraft, panicked. I won't leave you, Riven shouted, locking eyes with me. Get her! Wargo shouted to the Plycan guards hauling themselves up the ramp. Sybil! I cried. With her blonde hair flying, she leapt from the spacecraft and reached Riven's side, but something had come over the chit. Something I recognized a second too late. Something I never thought I'd see again. With her fists tense and her eyes glowing in the moonlight, her whole body seemed to swell and shimmer. Her chest heaved and her hair swirled around her like it was alive, and then she opened her mouth and let out a high-pitched scream. Immediately, the Plycans, Rogastick, and Gatrix around me collapsed to the ground, holding their ears as they screamed in agony. In my grip, Hob writhed and whined. Sybil fell to the ramp on her knees and clutched her head. As for me, all I could do was answer the call of the Drixonian female. With Hob screeching in pain in my grip, I raced up the ramp. Tossing Hob inside the spacecraft, I picked up Riven and Sybil and dashed inside. The Aldani guards were on the ground, crying out in pain as Riven's scream continued. Only when I shut the spacecraft doors did the sound die down. Her eyes rolled back into her head and she collapsed in my arms. As Sybil groaned at my feet, I initiated the flight sequence. Only when the cruiser disconnected from the dock did I finally sit down, clutching Riven to my chest as her head lolled. I petted her hair, whispering to her in a soft voice, You did well, Riven. You did well. Rest now. Rest all you like.
Chapter 12. Sybil. My ears rang, and my stomach threatened to toss up all its contents. That sound had been unlike anything I'd heard in my life. Like nails on a chalkboard, but 1,000 times louder. And worse. How had Riven made that noise? Riven! I stretched out of the fetal position and gathered my hands and feet underneath me. The metal floor rumbled at my feet. Nearby, I heard weak groans and harsh breathing. My vision swam as I crawled forward. My fingers touched something wet, and I gasped when a severely injured Hob sat slumped against a wall. Nearby were his 2 guards, writhing with soft moans. What the? My sight finally cleared, and I gazed around me, shocked to find we were on the cruiser. Outside of the small port windows, I saw a red planet in the distance, growing small as we traveled away. Your Drixonians saved our bacon. I jerked to face Hob. What did you just say? He stretched his lips into a bloody grin. I heard one of the human females use that expression once. Did I say it right? You did, I mumbled. Sybil? Zecri's voice rapped out my name urgently, and giant boots were in front of my face before I was hauled into strong arms. His face swam into view, nubbed brows lowered in concern. Are you okay? Where's Riven? I gasped out. My gaze drifted to a seat at the cockpit, where she sat curled up, her eyes closed. I struggled in Zecri's grip as panic hit me. Is she okay? Calm yourself, he said softly. She's fine. Now answer me. Are you okay? I guessed I was okay. No bleeding. My ears still rang, and my head pounded something fierce, while my stomach remained unsettled. I'll be okay. I think I just need some rest. I met his eyes. Z, tell me. What was that? We'll talk later, he said.
I want to get you and Riven to a room to sleep while I take care of Hob." "Oh, you're going to take care of me?"
Hobb's weak voice held a hint of a tease.
"Shut it, old Donnie, or I'll let you bleed out where you sit."
Hobb's lips popped out in a pout.
"Really? I thought we bonded back there, Drix."
Zecri huffed out an irritated huff, which caused Hob to snort a laugh before he began coughing. "Put me down, Z," I said. "I'll get Riven and I into a room. You're sure she's okay?"
"She's okay, but she needs rest. That took a lot out of her. Took a lot out of all of us."
Hob muttered.
"I thought I told you to shut it."
Zecri growled.
Right. Shutting it."
He grinned at me from behind Zecri's back, and despite my hatred of the Oldani, this one was growing on me. I'd seen him fight. He'd been prepared to die down there. For us. "I can stay and take care of Hob," I began. Zecri shook his head.
"I got it. Go. Rest."
Once my feet were on the floor, I took a few steps and felt surprisingly steady. I padded over to Riven and drew her into my arms. Teddy lay on the floor, and I scooped him up as I strode down a hallway Zecri directed me to. I walked into the first room, pleased to find a bed pallet and an abundance of furs. After using the expeller, I settled Riven into the bed before curling my body around her. I was asleep within minutes. I woke to a gentle poking at my face, and when I opened my eyes, Riven lay awake beside me. She quickly drew back her finger while nibbling her lip. Teddy was clasped tightly to her chest.
"Zippy?"
I rubbed my eyes and yawned so wide my jaw cracked. "Yeah, honey?" She looked terrified, and I clasped her face. "Hey, what's wrong?"
"What did I do?"
she whispered, her eyes brimming with tears.
"I was so angry, and I just needed to get the anger out. But I think I hurt you, and a lot of others. Did I hurt you?"
I patted her cheek. "You didn't hurt me." She frowned.
"You're lying. I saw you fall to the ground."
"Okay, the sound you made hurt my ears, but that's it." I stretched out my arms. "See? No injuries." She didn't seem convinced.
"What happened?"
I tried to cast my memory back, but it was fuzzy. All I'd been able to focus on was that sound.
"You made a marks."
Zecri's voice came from behind us, and I turned to see him leaning in the doorway with his arms crossed over his chest.
"A marks?"
Riven echoed. He walked over to our pallet, where he dropped to a crouch on the balls of his feet.
"It's a weapon some female Drixonians had. We have machetes, and you have the ability to marks. That sound you made can only be done when you feel like your family is being threatened. It's a skill not many females had. Male Drixonians are immune to the sound, but to everyone else, it's crippling."
He reached for her hand and squeezed her fingers.
"You saved Hob and I, Riven. You understand that, right?"
"I did?"
she whispered. He nodded.
"Hob and I would have been overpowered soon. I was sending you away without me."
He swallowed, and his gaze slid to me before it dropped.
"And that was the mission. So it would have been okay."
For some reason, those words hurt me worse than the marks. We were still just a mission to him? "Well, it wouldn't have been okay with me," I snapped. "Or Riven. You said yourself she made the marks because she felt like her family was threatened. That's you. Family. So now it's your mission not to hurt her family, which includes you." I narrowed my eyes because I was pissed. "Dumbass." He frowned.
"What does dumbass mean?"
I growled low in my throat and pursed my lips.
"It means she's mad at you,"
Riven answered with a sly grin.
"Why?"
Zecri turned all his attention on me. I waved a hand. "Don't you have to fly this thing or something?"
"Hob and his guards are taking care of it."
That reminded me. "Is Hob okay?"
"Not sure he'll ever walk the same again. His leg injury is severe, but he'll live.
Riven fussed with Teddy with a furrowed brow.
I can't be mad at him now.
Who? I asked.
Hob.
She sniffed.
He fought for us.
He did. I brushed a tear from her cheek.
Why are you angry with me?
Zecri wasn't letting it go, but I didn't want to get into this discussion in front of Riven.
Can I go see Hob?
Riven asked. Yes. I jerked to my feet, nearly causing Zecri to fall. Gripping Riven's hand, I hauled her up next to me. Why don't we do that? Maybe he can show you some fun things on the cruiser. Would you like that? She nodded eagerly, and after dropping Teddy back on the bed pallet, followed me out the door. I heard Zecri make a few grumbling noises before he followed us out.
Zecri. Hob led Sybil and Riven around the ship, hobbling on his makeshift crutch. He looked like absolute shit, but he still smiled at the females with a big grin that made me want to take his head off. I followed behind, not because I gave a fleck about the tour, but because I didn't know what else to do. Sybil and Riven loved the tour. While the cruiser wasn't large, there was enough room for them to ogle over. Riven was especially fascinated by the cockpit. Hob settled in one of the chairs and began to show her what all the various controls did. I stared out the front window at the blackness of space. My eyes caught on a few twinkling stars. I never thought I'd be in space again, as I never thought I'd leave Vixlysson alive. But here I was, all because of two brave females. Sybil stood behind Hob's chair, listening quietly as Hob spoke to Riven. She hadn't looked at me the whole time I'd followed them. Not even a glance. No smiles. She was angry, and I couldn't understand why. We were all here together and safe. That was what she wanted, right? I tried to get her attention by clearing my throat, but she ignored me. I shuffled my feet and made a whistling sound through my teeth. Still nothing. But I could see that her muscles were tense as she gazed resolutely out the front window. I coughed into my fist. Sybil. Still nothing. I tried again with a louder cough. Sybil. A muscle in her jaw ticked. Yes. Her tone was cold and I hated it. Can we... What did I want? Oh yeah, we should have a conversation. Talk. Something I was not good at. Can we talk? She turned around with fire in her eyes. Her hair whipped my chest and I backed up. Fine, she huffed. Hob, I have to talk to Z for a minute. Is Riven okay with you? He was in the middle of telling Riven about the accelerator, so he only waved his hand at Sybil in response. She frowned at him, then marched past me to the hallway. I followed, feeling a bit like a chit who had been scolded. As soon as we entered the small room, I shut the door behind me. It was a good thing because she rounded on me, her expression fierce. I'm mad at you. Well, yes, I gathered that. I'm sorry. She narrowed her eyes. Sorry for what? I swallowed. For whatever you're angry about? Do you know what I'm angry about? She fisted her hands on her hips. I nodded and her eyes narrowed dangerously. I quickly changed my answer and shook my head. What's that? She demanded. No, I don't know, but I'm sorry for whatever it was. That's not... She blew out a harsh breath. You need to know why I'm angry. Please tell me. I wanted this over. She was scary. Out there, you were willing to just remain behind? Die? That was okay with you? I didn't know what the right answer was. That was my mission. Always, I told you that. Her eyes blinked rapidly, and she looked away before speaking again. So that's it? You didn't have feelings about never seeing us again? I was out of my depth with this. Syb, I don't know what you want me to say. I want you to tell me if you felt anything about seeing the door to the cruiser close while you were down there fighting. Feelings, Z, you have them. I know you do, buried deep beneath the muck you've been through. And maybe this is unfair of me. Her voice cracked before she soldiered on. But you have to throw me a bone here, Z. throw you a bone? She let out a small growl that was cute. God damn it, something, Z! Tell me how you felt when the doors closed. Don't say what you think you should or what you think I want to hear. Just think back to the moment. She took a step closer and laid her hand over my chest. What did you feel? The heat of her palm seeped into my skin and made my heart race. I felt my warrior training slip. She stared up at me with an openness that slayed me. What had she felt when the doors closed, I wondered. But she asked me first, and I couldn't deny her request. I wanted to feel victorious, I said, placing my hand over hers and squeezing, because my mission was complete. You were going home. But instead, I felt regret and anger. She sucked in a breath, but remained silent as I continued. Because I wasn't with you. I'd never get to see Riven grow up. I'd never hold you in my arms or feel your hair as it brushed my chest. I'd never lay with you in all the ways I want to lay with you. And then I felt guilt, because all those thoughts were selfish. A few tears spilled over her bottom lashes. No, see, those thoughts aren't selfish. They are, I whispered. You don't belong to me. I won't mate. I can't. It's not what my race needs. Would you choose me as a mate if you could? I blinked at her question. What? A wary look entered her eyes. Would you want me as a mate? A bark of laughter left my lips, and she jerked at the sound before her brows drew in his anger. She tried to yank her hand away. Okay, that answers. I held her firm, and she let out a squeak. How could you ask that question? She went still. What? I cupped her neck and rubbed my thumbs at the base of her throat. I'll never want anyone like I want you. I'd choose you in a past life, in this life, and in all my lives in the future. It would always be you, Sybil. I'll never forget when you faced off with me to defend Riven, and when you flew into Wargo's room and tried to fight off the Plikins with a fire poker. I stepped closer until my boots touched the tip of hers. And how you told me you'd dream for me. Did you, Syb? Did you dream for me? I did, she whispered, until my dream merged with yours, because I can't imagine my future without you. I closed my eyes. Syb, you deserve happiness, see. You have to see that. But you should find another mate who can give you babies. Do you think that's what I want? Her tone was demanding. Do you think that's all I'm good for? Of course not. Then fathering a child isn't all you're good for either. My jaw went tight. It's different. I'm a Drixonian. She scoffed and drew away from my hold. Crossing her arms over her chest, she turned her back on me. I wanted to draw her back into my embrace, but my hands lay uselessly at my sides. Sybil, please understand. I understand to a point, but I also feel like you're going to pawn me off on someone else so I can be a breeder. I stiffened. Absolutely not. She whirled on me. So you'll be okay if I find another mate on Corin? If I kiss him, sleep with him in his furs? I clenched my fist so hard my knuckles cracked. I didn't answer because I couldn't lie to her. You said Riven made a marks because she thought her family was threatened. That means you, Z. You're her family. You earned that just like I earned my place as her mother. Can't you see? We're a family. What more do you need to let yourself have what you want? Thetis won't. Enough! She sighed and sank down on the pallet. I can't hear about Thetis. She gazed up at me with tear-streaked cheeks. Then you can break the news to Riven that you won't choose us to be your family. I bunched my shoulders. That's not what I said. It's the outcome of your decision, though. She tilted her head. What did it mean when I touched you? When you touched me? I dropped to my knees at her side, and she curled her bent legs against her chest. Syb, please, tell me, she choked out. It meant everything, I whispered. Even now, all I want to do is touch you, hold you, but I can't let myself be selfish. There might be a more suitable male. I swallowed and ducked my head. Just the thought of Sybil with someone else had me seeing red. Was this what Rexor felt like when his rage took over? "There will never be another male more suitable for me than you," she said, her hand rubbing along my brow. "So think about that. When you're punishing yourself, you're punishing me too." "Sib, go check on Riven," she said, turning her back to me as she curled up on the pallet. I stared at her for a long time, my muscles locked into place until I finally managed to get to my feet. Walking away from her felt worse than Wargo's whippings. For so long, I'd been sure of my future, my fate, but Sybil's words echoed in my head like a chant. Was I making the right decision?
Chapter 13. Sybil. My stomach was a mess of nerves, and I'd had a headache for maybe 24 hours straight, all of which I'd done my best to hide from Riven, who remained cautiously excited. Like me, she was anxious about meeting new people.
"What if they don't like me?"
she asked as the cruiser's landing gear lowered as we made our descent to the surface of Corin. "They will like you," I told her. "Everyone does." She gave me a nervous smile. Outside the window was lush blue vegetation. Some tall buildings in the distance drew my eye, as it looked like a small city. "That's granite," Zecri grunted next to me. We sat strapped to chairs alongside the one wall of the cruiser. Hob and his guards were in the cockpit. Riven sat on the other side of me, eyes staring in wonder out the window. I nodded, but didn't look at him. For the last leg of our journey, we'd studiously avoided eye contact and kept our interaction minimal. It killed me to do it, but what was I supposed to do? Zecri had made the decision about our future for me, and the thought still rankled. In fact, I knew I'd never be over it. The idea that he could just walk away from us made me ill. No one would make me feel like Zecri did. I had grown used to his kindness toward Riven, his care and protectiveness toward me, his steady presence which comforted me without him having to say a word. And he planned to take that away from us because of some misguided martyr complex. I curled my hand into a fist on my thigh. "When we step out of this cruiser, don't leave my side," Zecri's deep voice said in my ear. Oh, so now he wanted me beside him? I ignored him. "Sybil?" "Yes, Zecri," I said quickly. He sighed, and I felt the tension rolling off his body. "Will you please look at me?" Keeping my face carefully blank, I met his gaze. When he saw the look in my eyes, his expression crumbled, a rare emotional tell. "Syb," he murmured. He wrapped his fingers around my neck, and I couldn't help the way my eyelashes fluttered at his touch. His lips brushed my forehead, and I shivered. "I'm sorry," he whispered. "What are you sorry for?" I heard myself ask. But I never heard the answer. The cruiser shuddered, and Hob called out our landing was imminent. Within seconds, we jolted in our seats as the cruiser touched solid ground. Riven was straining in her seat already, eager to get out of the spacecraft where we'd spent too long cramped up. Hob had sent a message to the Drixonians on Corin, so they were expecting us, which eased my nerves somewhat, but not enough. Our seatbelts unlatched, and I grabbed Riven's hand as the Oldani powered down the cruiser. Zecri stood at my back. I knew, because I was always aware of his presence, no matter where he was. As the doors to the cruiser opened, a ramp descended to touch down on the green dirt. I inhaled deeply, nearly weeping as the fresh air surrounded me. I could smell dirt and fresh plants, and even a slight smoky smell on the breeze. "This is where we leave you," Hob said from behind us. I turned to find him standing with his crutch, his guards at his back. He smiled, but there was a sadness to it. "We might have some communication with the Drixonians, but we're not welcome on Corin's soil." He shrugged. "With good reason." Zecri stood motionless, his gaze steady on Hob. I waited to see what he'd say, what he'd do. He hadn't been so great at hiding his emotions like he'd been when we first met, and I could see his inner turmoil flitting through the tightness in his features. Hob had saved us, but he was still an Oldani. A muscle in Zecri's jaw twitched before he inclined his head slightly.
Consider your reparations to me made, Oldani.
Hobbs' lips curled into a wider smile.
Not even close, in my mind. But I appreciate the sentiment, Drix.
He nodded to me and Riven.
Take care of yourselves.
Hob?
Riven called.
Yeah, little one?
Thank you,
she said with a firm nod. Hobbs' lips parted, and he sucked in a deep breath before swallowing thickly.
You're welcome.
Zecri stepped to my side, and with a firm grip on the back of my neck, propelled us forward out of the cruiser. I glanced over my shoulder at Hob, who merely gave me one last kind smile. As soon as our feet touched the ground, the doors closed. For a moment, I panicked. We were alone on a strange planet. What predators were here? Were there dinosaurs? Giant eagles ready to swoop in and snatch us with their talons? But then in the distance, I heard a distinct buzzing sound. The vibrations grew to a dull roar, until black and blue figures burst from a cluster of trees. I sucked in a breath, as a dozen or so Drixonians came into view, their hair streaming behind them as they rode motorcycle-like hover vehicles. They rode in formation, with a massive Drixonian in front. He bore a red armband trimmed in gold, and a gold ring gleamed from his septum. He drew to a stop in front of us, and the hover vehicles kicked up swirls of green dirt. He grinned at Zecri, but before he could get a word out, a blue form streaked past him. Long white hair streamed from the Drixonian's head as he slammed into Zecri, knocking his grip from my neck.
Z!
He cried out as they embraced. Suddenly, two more Drixonians burst from the pack. One had a bright orange mohawk, and the other had his machetes out. I braced for a moment, but his lips were turned up in a smirking grin as the four piled onto each other. I caught a few glimpses of Zecri's face amid the four Drix hug, and smiled to myself. It was then Riven stepped out from behind me, and the leader's gaze dropped to her before his eyes went wide.
Holy fleck,
he choked out. The ripple of murmurs went up among the Drixonians, and then suddenly they all bowed their heads and crossed their arms at the wrists. The words, "She is all," flowed like waves as Riven took another step forward, with Teddy clutched to her chest. The three Drixonians who had greeted Zecri stared in stunned silence until they too bowed their heads. The leader stepped forward, his gaze locked on Riven, until it shifted to Zecri.
You, want to tell us some things?
This is Riven, Zecri said.
She's the daughter of Graven and a human female named Beth, who died shortly after her birth. Sybil is her mother. She's who's taken care of her and protected her on that flecking planet for 5 cycles.
The leader's intense violet gaze turned on me. He then crossed his arms and bowed his head. I sucked in a breath, absolutely not expecting that sign of respect. With his head still bowed, he spoke.
I'm Daz Bucket, the Drexel of the Night Kings here on Corin. Thank you.
Uncomfortable, I glanced at Zecri, and he gave me a short, reassuring nod. Yeah. You're welcome. I nudged Riven forward, and she came through, giving Daz her best smile.
I'm excited to be here,
she chirped, and I swore every Drixonian fell for her then and there. I petted her on the head, and she looked up at me with a beaming smile.
It's pretty here,
she said in a whisper that wasn't really a whisper. It is, I answered.
This is our home now, right?
She glanced to Zecri.
Right? We'll be safe here.
I nodded, and Zecri made a strained sound in his throat before answering.
Yes, Riven. Let's get to the village, Daz said. There are many others I'd like you to meet.
I expected a handful of shell-shocked women. What I did not expect was a welcome committee complete with decorations, a buffet table, and gifts. The village was adorable with a wide dirt road lined with huts, and in the center was a large tree, the thick trunk surrounded by benches. I accepted a soft, off-the-shoulder sweater from a sweet woman named Anna, a bottle of spirits from a purple-haired woman named Tabitha, and then a massive hug and a basket of baked goods from Frankie. "I'm Daz's mate," said the petite woman with long dark hair and big brown eyes. She was pretty, clean, and happy, and I could barely believe my eyes. I had never been the most talkative person, but I'd been able to hold my own. Now I could barely get any words out, so overwhelmed with the friendly chatter all around me. So many humans. So many happy humans. Turned out I was the one who was shell-shocked. A tall black woman with braids must have sensed my impending breakdown, because she shooed everyone away. A massive Drixonian followed us as Miranda drew me away from the crowd. "But Riven," I stuttered. "She's with Zecri and doing fine," Miranda said in a soothing tone, petting my hand. "I'm sorry, I know this is a lot. Frankie insists on a big welcoming party, even though several of us have expressed our dissent. No, it's lovely and appreciated. I'm just surprised. I spent 10 cycles on Vix Listen, and there were no parties there. I was subhuman." Miranda's jaw tightened, and she met the gaze of the big Drixonian following us over my shoulder. I turned to find him standing with his jaw locked tight, and his eyes narrowed. "I'm sorry," I whispered to her. "But do you know him well? He looks angry." Miranda laughed, a pretty sound. She was beautiful, with a wide smile and smooth skin. "That's my mate, Drac. He looks like that a lot, but mostly when he hears things he doesn't like, which is any female being treated poorly." "Oh, hi, Drac." I waved to him, and his harsh features softened as he gave me a brief nod in greeting. "We have a hut set up for you and Zecri already. Riven can stay there with you, too, so—" "Oh, I don't think I'll be staying with Z." Miranda's perfect eyebrows dipped. Did they have tweezers here? Because her arch was amazing. "What do you mean?" "We're not mates." She only stared at me. "I'm sorry?" "We're not mates." The words tasted bitter on my tongue. Her eyes narrowed slightly, and she cocked her head, studying me. I felt like she could see all my inner thoughts, and squirmed. Finally, she shook her head and shot me a smile. "Sure, whatever you say. The males will take care of getting Zecri a place then. The hut is yours and Riven's. You can go there anytime you need a timeout. There are a lot of big personalities here. I'm sure it's overwhelming." "It is, but in a good way." I turned to watch the females milling about, laughing and chatting with the big Drixonians. Some were affectionate with each other, clearly mates, and I felt a pang in my heart. "Are all the females mated here?" She nodded slowly. "They are." "Oh." She gripped my hand and led me back toward the crowd. "Let's get Riven, and I'll show you your hut, okay?" Suddenly, a screech sounded from one of the huts, and a small blue figure burst out into the village road, careening right toward Riven. "Hey!" I jerked on Miranda's hand in panic, but she held me fast. Her smile was kind, which instantly made my heart slow its rapid drumbeat in my chest. "Basil must have seen Riven." "Basil?" I asked. And then the figure came to a halt in front of Riven, and my eyes widened. Another young female Drixonian stood staring at Riven, who stared back, clearly shocked. "Oh my God," I murmured, clasping my hand over my mouth. "She's Anna and Tark's daughter, half human and half Drixonian, just like Riven," Miranda said quietly. My eyes filled with tears as the two females took each other in. "I'm Basil," the older girl announced loudly. "Will you be my friend?" Riven blinked rapidly, her knuckles nearly white as she clutched Teddy. Her mouth opened a few times, but no sound came out, until she managed to say, "Can Teddy be our friend too?" Basil beamed. "Sure. Come on, let me show you my toys. Uncle Hap makes me all kinds of things." Riven's eyes took in the crowd, and I knew she was searching for me, when her gaze landed on me. I smiled through the tears and gave her a nod, satisfied she could play with her friend. They clasped hands and ran off. I let out a choking sob, and my knees buckled. Drac caught me before I hit the ground, and there was a scuffle and a growl before I was scooped into a set of strong arms. I knew without looking it was Zecri.
What happened?
His deep voice demanded. I think she's just overwhelmed, Miranda said in that soothing voice of hers. Why don't you take her to her hut? I'll bring a tray of food. Zecri murmured something and then strode off. The crowd was mostly quiet now, and I was embarrassed. I had never been some fainting violet, but seeing Riven happy and with a friend like her, something I never thought she would have, was too much. Zecri stepped over the threshold of my hut, and that was when I finally let go and burst into tears.
Chapter 14. Zecri. Sybil sniffled for a while before falling asleep with tear tracks on her cheeks. I stared at her for a long time as she slept, fingering the ends of her yellow hair. I'd expected to find some peace when I saw my brothers, and while a part of me felt settled, another part was still twisting in the wind, and I knew it had to do with Sybil. That last part of our journey had been torture. She'd been angry with me, for good reason, but the warrior training in me couldn't reconcile the selfishness of keeping her for myself. Eventually, I rose with a sigh. After asking one of the females to keep an eye on Sybil, I went in search of Rexor. I found him and Daisy outside their hut, talking quietly. When his mate spotted me, she leapt to her feet, face like sunshine, and threw herself at me. I caught her with an oomph, and she squeezed me tightly until Rex made a coughing sound into his fist. She pulled back with a roll of her eyes, which were wet. I never thought I'd see him again. She sniffed at Rex. Let me have my hug. It's good to see you, Daisy, I said, giving her shoulder an awkward pat. Well, I'll leave you two to catch up, she said. But we're chatting later, okay, Z? I want to hear everything about your mate. She skipped off before I could correct her. I sank down into the chair she vacated and stretched out my legs. With my hands folded on my stomach, I watched the liveliness of the village. Outside one hut, Riven played with Basil and a large furry animal. I can't believe there's two of them, Rex said, gesturing to the young females. Daz and Sax each have boys. Gar has twins. I blinked, feeling an odd stirring in my chest. We're rebuilding. Can't believe you're actually here, you flucker. He nudged me. Of course, a human mate will get you to do things you didn't think you could do. She's not my mate, I murmured. Rex's brow furrowed. What? I cleared my throat and spoke louder. She's not my mate. He studied me carefully. Is there a reason? She thinks you're ugly? I snorted. No, at least I don't think so. Explain this to me like I'm a chit. There are no feelings between you? I didn't say that. Z, for Fluck's sake, explain to me what's going on. I can't have chits, I blurted out, staring sightlessly in the distance. Rex went solid at my side. That was why I was sold to the Plikens. The Aldani tried to make me a breeder and it backfired, so I can't be Sybil's mate. I can't... I swallowed. I can't help repopulate. I should leave her to find a mate that's whole. The punch came out of nowhere, slamming into my head so hard I saw stars. I whirled on my friend, fists raised. What was that for? You dumb, stubborn fleck. He spat the words through gritted teeth. Hey, no! You listen. I saw how Sybil looked to you for protection and safety. Those two females are your family, and if the only reason you aren't claiming her as a mate is because you can't have chits together, then I'm going to beat some sense into you. He shoved me so hard I nearly toppled over. Quit it, I growled. No, he snapped. Fleck's sake, this is ridiculous, and no warrior here is going to walk within breathing distance of her. She stumbled and Drac caught her. You were there in a few seeks, shoving Drac so hard he nearly fell before you hauled her into your arms. You think any warrior is dumb enough to try to win her over after seeing that? He snorted. You already have a chit, Riven, so take care of her, claim your mate, and quit being stupid. If I tell Daz you said any of this, then my punch will seem like a tickle compared to what he'll do to you. I stared at him. What? He barked. Was that what you were waiting for? Our permission? I swallowed, but my mouth was bone dry. I have a duty. She is all. That's your duty. So what does she want? She wants me. As soon as I said the words, guilt lodged in my chest like a boulder. Flack, I muttered, pitching forward to rest my head in my hands. Rex sat heavily next to me. You, me, Miko, and Phoenix, we've been through a lot. We all felt the same as you. We weren't meant to have happiness. But now it's been given to us, and it would be wrong not to take it. If it wasn't for Daisy, I'd be dead. She cured me of my rage. I lifted my head. What? He lifted his wrist to show off a set of black marks. These are locks. Daisy is my Cora Eternal. Do you remember what that is? I vaguely did. A Fatus-blessed union. I rubbed at my scarred wrists. I do. So I can feel her in my mind. She can feel me too, and she was able to work some mind magic and put out the fire inside of me. The old wings still work, but I'm not such an angry Fleck anymore. No more monster? I said. No more. He grinned and then let it fade. But it doesn't matter whether we're Fatus-blessed or not. Sybil is yours, Zecri. Or maybe I should say, you are hers. If that's what she wants. She might not anymore. I scratched my head. She's been mad at me for a while. Rexor let out a peal of laughter before slapping my back. Your first fight. Well, it's time to learn how to grovel. He leaned forward and rubbed his hands together. Ready for your lesson? I glared at him. You seem way too excited about this. Look, use my techniques and I'll have you ending this fight with a naked mate coming on your cock. The smell of Sybil's arousal hit my memory like a tidal wave. I shifted in my chair. Okay, then. Rexor clapped his hands together. Great. Now first... Zecri. I stood outside Sybil's hut, giving myself a pep talk. I could do this. I could grovel and plead and beg for her forgiveness. And if she didn't take me back and wanted another mate, well... Actually, no. No. When I'd seen that other Drixonian male grab her when she stumbled, I'd nearly come out of my skin. I learned now he was mated, but at the time I hadn't known. I would have to apologize to him later. I'd let him get a few shots in if he wanted. I deserved nothing less. But Sybil came first. I wanted my family. I opened the door. Sybil? I called and stopped dead when I found the hut empty. The furs were folded neatly on the pallet, and a tray of half-eaten food sat on a small table. My Cora raced. Sybil? I called again, half hoping she'd come rushing out of the expeller room, but that was empty too. I whirled around and dashed outside, only to collide with Miko. I grabbed his arms. Sybil is missing. I rushed out. I left her sleeping, and one of the females said she'd watch her, but now she's not there. Calm down, brother. He gave me an easy smile. It was unusual to see Miko without a smirking scowl. She went for a walk with Rian. I slumped. Thank Fatus. He pointed to a trail leading away into dense brush. They went that way. There's a nice lookout point over a cliff. He gave me a little shove. Go on. You seem to have something to say to her, yeah? I nodded. I do. He grinned bigger. Flack, it's good to see you. You and Rian are doing well? Better than well. Life is good here. Never thought I'd have it this good after living in the pit for as long as I did. But you know what? He cocked his head. Fleck it. I deserve this. And I'll dedicate my life to making sure Rian doesn't regret letting me be her mate. I smiled. Miko's all grown up, it seems. Get to your female, you stubborn Fleck. I left a smirking Miko behind and followed the trail. I walked for a while until female voices could be heard lilting on the breeze. When I stepped out into the clearing, I spotted the backs of Rian and Sybil as she sat near the edge of a cliff, looking out over a lush valley. Blooms ranged in color below, and a small stream babbled. Rian's red, curly hair blew about her face, and when she turned, she offered me a blinding smile. Hopping to her feet, she wrapped her arms around me in a firm hug. "I'm glad you're here, Z." I patted her head. "Me too, Rian." She jerked her head towards Sybil, who hadn't turned around. "You should talk to her." I nodded, and she called over her shoulder. "Hey, Sib, I need to head back." Sybil shot her a look over her shoulder. "Traitor." Rian laughed and stuck her tongue out. Sybil's expression softened, and she smiled. "Thanks for chatting with me. Any time, girl. Good luck with Mr. Stoneface here." Rian gave me a smack on the arm, which seemed more threat than friendly, before heading off down the trail. I stood for a moment, once again gathering my courage. I had no problems fighting off a gang of Plikins, but this one little female had me quaking. When I stepped to the side, I found her eyes red, and my heart lurched. I crouched at her side. "Ah, Sib, I flecked this up." She sniffed and swiped her eyes with her sleeve. I drew her into my arms, and at first she resisted, but then she melted against me, her head plunking against my chest. "Not fair to be this nice and get my hopes up," she murmured. "I plan to be this nice to you until the day we die." I pressed a kiss to the top of her head. She went still for a moment before jerking out of my arms. "What?" I gripped her hands and tugged them into my lap. "I'm sorry, Sybil. I'm sorry I didn't see that in trying to be selfless I wasn't only hurting myself." She blinked at me. "Wait, what changed your mind?" Rexor punched me. Her eyes went wide. "What?" And threatened to let Daz beat me up. Her eyes bugged out before she scowled. "Where did he punch you? I'll have a word with him." I let out a chuckle at her reaction. "I'm fine, but he knocked some sense into me. It's not that I needed him to give me permission to be happy, but I needed him to tell me this wasn't selfish to want you and Riven, to be happy as a family." Her eyes filled. "You want us?" "I never didn't want you, Sib. Not once, not since I saw you defending Riven against me in that dirty room at Fisk." I cupped her cheek and drew her face closer to mine. "Do you forgive me? Will you give me a second chance?" She swallowed, and her gaze dipped to my lips. My cock noticed, and I expected her to close the distance and give me a kiss. "Ow!" I hollered as she slapped me, her palm smacking my shoulder. "Never do that again," she cried, eyes firing at me in a way that only made me harder. There's nothing like fierce Sybil. "I'll forgive you because of course I will. I love you, but you pull that stupid shit again and I'll let Daz beat you up." She pointed a finger at my face. "You understand?" I grinned at her. Her slap hadn't honestly hurt. "I understand." Her features immediately softened, and her hand fell at her side. "I love seeing you smile like that." She gripped my face. "When we first met, I wondered if you could smile." I touched our foreheads together. "I wondered, too." "Jesus, Zecri, you could have saved us a lot of heartache." "I'm sorry." "No more apologies," she whispered. "Today is day one. We start fresh." I murmured, squeezing her thigh. "I like that." "Zecri?" "Yeah?" "Kiss me."
Chapter 15. Sybil. His lips touched mine, and it felt like coming home. As far away as I was on Earth, as strange as this new place felt, it all melted away when Zecri touched me. He didn't waste time, licking into my mouth and slowly rising up over me until I was forced onto my back. The sky above us was clear, and the sun warmed my skin as he trailed kisses down my neck.
"Let me have you, Sib,"
he murmured against my collarbone. "You have me," I answered, running my fingers through his hair. He untied my bandeau top, and it fell away to reveal my breasts. I wondered how I looked to his eyes, all non-blue skin and flesh instead of scales, but his eyes were wide with wonder, a warm violet which made my pulse race. He sucked a nipple into his mouth, and I gasped as the piercings on his tongue rolled around the hard bud. He flicked my other nipple with a claw, and my core went molten as all the sensations drifted south to pool in my lower belly. His fingers trailed down my bare stomach, and goosebumps broke out in their wake. I pushed at his shoulders, and he stopped and gave me a questioning look. "I want to see you," I told him. He cocked his head. "See me? Take off your clothes, Z." His lips parted before turning up at the corners. He slowly rose to his feet and toed off his boots. His pants came next, revealing a thick, long cock and heavy blue balls. He was also pierced, a large ring hooked through the head of his dick, which made my insides clench. "Oh my God," I whispered. He was hard, with a clear, sticky liquid leaking from the tip. He reached down and fisted his cock, spreading the liquid down his shaft. "Can I see you now?" "Get me naked, big guy. I'm ready." He huffed out a laugh and went to his knees between my legs. After some maneuvering, he managed to get my shoes and pants off, until I lay beneath him on the soft grass, naked. "Beautiful," he whispered as his hand slid up my thigh. His knuckle nudged my clit, and I sucked in a breath. I was so incredibly sensitive. Even that touch had me feeling like I was going to explode. "I want to taste you again." I could only nod, and then he ducked his head and unfurled that long tongue. The next few minutes passed in a haze as he went at me with his lips, tongue, and teeth. I squirmed and cried out, not caring about how loud I was. He prushed, the vibration zinging through me like a live wire. And that was the last push I needed to come like a rocket, screaming his name the whole time. He rose over me, lips wet with me, and fisted his cock. The tip nudged my entrance. His eyes were wild and a little unfocused. "Please," he gasped out, nostrils flaring. "I can't. This is too much. I need you." His arm shook, and I detected a hint of fear in his expression. After all he'd been through, I couldn't imagine what this moment was like. "Hey," I crooned to him, holding his face and staring into his eyes. "Look at me." His ping-ponging gaze finally focused on me. "It's just us here." I smiled at him and petted his shiny black hair. "This is something special between us. Only us. Come inside, Z. Make me feel good. Make yourself feel good." He blinked rapidly and seemed to come back to himself. "You are my everything, Sybil," he whispered. "You're my everything too, Z." He pressed inside, and I felt the delicious glide of his piercing along my inner walls. As predicted, he stretched me, but there was no pain, and his mouth dropped open almost in awe until he was fully seated inside of me. He went down to his elbows on either side of my head, almost like he couldn't keep himself up. "Sybil," he muttered, seemingly unsure and nervous. My heart pounded, and I caressed his back and shoulders before wrapping my legs as far around his waist as I could. "Go on, Z," I encouraged him. "Move in and out. Do what feels good. I might. There's no wrong way to do this between us. What if I hurt you?" I smiled. "Then I'll tell you. But you're not going to hurt me. I'm pretty resilient." That got a laugh out of him, and he began to move. His hips rolled like he was made for this, and I moaned as he hit all the right spots inside. "Oh, Sib," he murmured, dropping a kiss on my nose. "Fleck, you feel incredible." He began to fuck me harder, faster, and I jolted with each of his powerful thrusts. Just when I thought I couldn't take it anymore, I felt something latch onto my clit and... suck? I managed to look between us to find a node above his cock had extended to pleasure me as well. In no fucking way was I complaining about that. Between the clit sucker and his thick dick, I was seeing stars in minutes. When I came, I bit down on his arm, bucking up against him, until he too let out a hoarse shout. His cock pulsed inside of me, and he thrust wildly before his elbows gave out and he collapsed at my side. I panted, feeling spent, happy, and at peace. Zecri's arms came around me, and I was immediately pulled on top of his warm, hard body. He dropped a kiss on the top of my head and clung to me.
I was really stupid and stubborn, wasn't I?
I laughed. Maybe a little.
Never again, Sybil.
Okay, Z. I believe you. We laid like that for a long time. The sun dried the sex sweat from my body, and just when I began to worry about sunburn, Zecri stirred beneath me.
We should probably get back before they send a search party after us.
Good point. I don't want to scar a ribbon when she catches us naked. He snorted, and we dressed quickly. Together, we took a step back toward the trail, when a dark figure stepped into view, blocking our way. I sucked in a breath at the sight of Wargo's face sneering at us from beneath her hood. Behind her were at least a dozen guards. I spotted Kilzer's insect face in the crowd, too, glaring at me. We were far enough away from the village they'd never hear us shout, and I could only hope Wargo hadn't been there first. Fear seized me. Had she found Riven? Zecri's hand squeezed mine, and when I glanced at him, I saw nothing but disgust. No fear. Why wasn't he afraid?
You followed us here, Wargo? I can't possibly mean that much to you.
This isn't about you, she sneered. This is about the young female. Where is she? Zecri shrugged. The human will tell us the truth, won't she? Wargo's gaze slid to mine. Take off a finger at a time, and she'll let us know where you're hiding the girl. Go on and search the planet, Zecri said. You won't get her. It's too late. Kilzer stepped forward, a frantic look in his eyes.
Too late? Is she dead? Did you really think it was a good idea to come here?
Zecri asked Wargo. Why does it matter? This is an abandoned planet. He laughed bitterly.
You should read the Rinian Galaxy News a little more often. This planet isn't abandoned anymore. It's crawling with Drixonians.
For the first time, fear flitted over Wargo's expression before her face hardened. It doesn't matter. I'll have you both on board before anyone notices you're gone. A loud yell drowned out her words, and then the very trees around us seemed to vibrate. What? Wargo began, just as a trio of hoverbikes burst into the clearing. Laser fire picked off 6 guards within seconds. When more bikes arrived, Wargo screeched for them to take cover before turning on a heel to run. But she didn't get far. Zecri was on her like a panther, yanking her to the ground with a vicious yell before he held up his arm, machetes glinting in the sun. He didn't speak a word, only brought his arm down in a wicked slash that nearly separated Wargo's head from her body. Kilzer fell next, a laser bullet hole between his eyes. By the time Zecri dropped Wargo's body and stumbled back from her bleeding form, the ground was littered with bodies, and 3 Drixonians, Sax, Zavi, and the large grumpy one, Gar, picked through the fallen to make sure they were all dead. I had barely had time to be afraid. What? I began. Zavi, who always wore a wide smile, ran his hand through his dark mohawk.
We noticed them creeping around earlier in the rotation. We waited for them to show themselves and make their move. You were never in danger.
Zecri watched my reaction carefully. I wrung my hands together. Oh. So, wait, did you see? Zavi raised his hands, palms out. Not a thing. But he winked at me in a gesture that was incredibly human. I narrowed my eyes at him, and he cleared his throat. Anyway, he turned to Sax. I got 7 at least. You're a liar. Sax roared with laughter. I got more than half.
I also got that big insect guy. No, you didn't. That was a between-the-eyes shot. My signature. Look, Shut up, Gar growled as he straddled his bike. You both got 3 each, and I got the rest. His bike lifted into the air, and he roared away. Sax stared after him with a frown before turning to Zabby. I got 6, and you got 6. Gar wasn't here. That's the story, and we're sticking to it. Sounds good. Zabby nodded. He gave Zecri a nod. Get back soon. They drove away, leaving the bodies where they lay. Zecri stared down at Wargo one last time before returning to my side. He drew me into his arms. Are you okay? I felt a little hysterical. I mean, yeah, I'm alive and you're alive and Wargo and Kilzer are dead. I guess I'm pretty much okay. Something hurt, though, and it took me a moment to realize the irritation was my wrists. Had Zecri gripped them during sex? I didn't remember that. I pulled out of Zecri's embrace and rubbed my wrists. When I took my hand away, I let out a gasp. 2 black parallel lines were being etched into my skin, as if by an invisible tattoo gun. Zecri? My voice came out high-pitched and panicked. When he didn't answer, I looked up to find him staring at his own wrists. Through his scars, he had the same black lines, and once the 2 lines were closed, a pattern began to form between them, like tattooed wrist cuffs. The lines were messy and wavy, and when they were finished, they glowed a bright white before dulling to a golden yellow. The pain faded instantly, and I stared at my hands, unable to believe. I knew what these were. They were locks. Rian had showed me hers. How? I began. Zecri's gaze shifted to Wargo, and then back to me. She spilled your blood, which triggered the mate bond. Me killing her locked it in. That's how it works? He nodded before falling to his knees, still staring at his wrists. I knelt at his side, worried about the shell-shocked look on his face. Z? Betas. He swallowed and tried again. Rexor said something about how Betas decides what we are worthy of, and chooses our mates based on that. But in my case, I think I had to decide I was worthy before she blessed our mating. He blinked at me. Does that make sense? Feeling the lump growing in my throat, all I could do was nod. Yes, Z. I gripped his face in my hands. You had to realize you were worthy of happiness first, and when you did, she gifted this to us. Now do you finally see? I do, he whispered, drawing me into his arms and hugging me so tightly I almost couldn't breathe. You, Riven, and me. A family I deserve. Epilogue. Sybil. Don't you females have something better to do? Miko grumbled as he kicked at a pile of wood scraps. Nope, Rian answered, popping the pea while lacing her hands behind her head. Lounging on a heap of pillows, she let out a sigh. This is the life, right, ladies? Relaxing, eating good food, watching our big men sweat as they build things with their hands. Daisy bit her lip. They seem to be doing less building and more swearing. Fleck! Phoenix shouted as he slammed a tool down on his thumb. He sucked the digit into his mouth, just as Jenny leapt to her feet and rushed to his side. Are you okay? Her voice was scrunched in concern. Phoenix dropped his hand and puffed out his chest. I'm fine. Barely even hurt. Zecri met my gaze, and I held back a giggle as he shook his head in exasperation. His aura crackled in my mind, a series of sparks that showed he was reaching the end of his patience with his warrior brothers. Why didn't you just ask Hap to build this for you? Rexor asked Miko. Immediately, Miko straightened and whirled on his friend. My chit will be sleeping in this. I don't trust anyone else to build it. Okay, but Hap knows what he's doing, Rex said patiently. He's built nearly every piece of furniture in this whole village. My chit, my hands. Miko growled before picking up another piece of wood and surveying the poor excuse for a crib
they'd managed to cobble together. "Aren't you worried that thing is going to collapse on your child instead of holding your child?" I asked Rian. She slid a smirk at me. "Nah, Miko will huff and puff for a while, then find a way to blame one of the other guys for the failure of said construction. Then he'll march off and find Hap to do it." Miko let out another string of curses, and I jerked at the sound of wood splintering. Rian let out a dreamy sigh as she patted her swollen belly. "He's hot when he's mad. Plus, he's going to be all worked up, and so when we're finally alone, he'll need somewhere for that energy to go, right?" She winked. "He's been treating me like I'm fragile lately, and I'm over it." Jenny returned to the blanket where I sat with Daisy and Rian and tugged a pillow into her lap.
"One of them is going to lose a finger."
Her voice, while soft, held a nice tone to it. I'd learned she'd lost her voice for a long time due to contracting a virus when she'd first arrived in this galaxy, but it was slowly healing and got stronger every day. "Do you think they regrow limbs?" Rian asked thoughtfully. Daisy gasped. "I really don't want to have to find out the answer to that." I patted her hand. "No one is losing a limb." "Maybe just a finger," Rian muttered. I narrowed my eyes at her, and she ducked her head with a muffled laugh. Rian made life interesting. Well, in all honesty, her and Miko made life interesting. They were often bickering and then making up, while Phoenix and Jenny were just ridiculously sweet together, always cuddling and touching. Rexor was fiercely protective of Daisy and doted on her like she was a queen. I had to admit, Daisy was a total sweetheart and was easily a village favorite. Everything about her shone, from her hair to her skin. Riven ran up and flopped down on our blanket, immediately cuddling with Rian, who she'd long ago declared her favorite aunt. Riven reached for my hand and grinned at me. Rian ran her hands through Riven's hair. "Want to watch the show?"
"What show?"
"Grown men building stuff. Back on Earth, you could pay to watch videos that started like this."
"How did they end?"
"Well, usually an unsuspecting woman would get catcalled, and then all the men would—" "Rian!" I shouted. She clamped her mouth shut and stared at me with eyes that were meant to be innocent, but were far from it. "What?" I glared. "Seriously? You already had no filter, and your pregnancy hormones haven't helped." "I was going to say that all the men would then defend the woman in a chivalrous way with all their clothes on. The end." Jenny snorted into her hand.
"You did it wrong,"
Miko growled.
"I told you this goes here."
Phoenix stood with his hands on his hips, nearly shooting lasers out of his eyes at Miko. "You never said that."
"I did too."
"You know what?" Phoenix held out his hand.
"Oh no,"
Jenny murmured.
"Here it comes."
A flame flickered to life in Phoenix's palm. Miko's eyes went wide a split second before Phoenix lobbed a fireball at the beginnings of the crib. For a moment, there was silence. Then the whooshing of fire lit up the small clearing. The crib, or what had been the crib, crackled and burned with flames.
"You flecker!"
Miko hollered.
"Oh, thank Phaetos."
Rexor bent over with his hands on his knees.
"I'm surprised it took you this long to crack, Phoenix."
Zecri patted Phoenix's back.
"Good job." "Why are you all on his side?"
Miko cried.
"Because that thing was a death trap?"
Zecri said over his shoulder as he made his way to me.
"Fine. I'll go get Hap and tell him I was sabotaged."
Miko stomped off. Rian turned to us with a grin. "See? Told you." She reached for Riven. "Help me up, baby girl. I have to go chase your uncle down and relieve his stress."
"How are you doing that?"
Riven asked as she helped Rian to her feet. "Don't answer that, Rian," I warned. Her cackle was her only answer as she walked away, arm in arm with Riven. Rexor plucked Daisy from the blanket and carried her away as she squealed and gazed at him adoringly. Zecri lay on the blanket next to me, placing his head in my lap. I fingered his long locks, which were as shiny and gorgeous as always. "Hey, you." I smiled at him in the sun.
Hey.
We'd settled into a comfortable life. While I felt closer to the other mates of the stolen warriors, all the human women were fast becoming my close friends. And best of all, I had my family. I'd learned more about the locks that Zecri and I shared, and what they meant. Zecri had said when I'd been struck by Wargo, who'd drawn my blood, that had initiated our bond, but it hadn't been confirmed until he'd killed her. I believed Phaetos hadn't put her in our path until Zecri was ready to admit he deserved a family just as much as anyone else. I traced the locks on his wrist. I'm impressed none of you killed each other. He laughed, and I loved the husky sound.
It wasn't the first time we disagreed on how to do something. Miko has mellowed a bit, but now it seems as Rian grows larger with their chit, he gets more unbearable.
New dad jitters, I said.
He let out a contented sigh. What was Riven like when she was first born?
I didn't have much experience with babies. Riven had been so tiny and fragile. Every day I'd been terrified I would break her. So I have nothing to compare to, but she was a sweet baby. She smiled a lot. She slept and ate well. Cried only when she needed something. I was really overwhelmed, on top of grieving, and I always wondered if she sensed that and took it easy on me.
And now, she's testing boundaries.
Yeah, but part of me is happy about that. She's in a place where she feels safe to push at those boundaries. She trusts us to draw the line where it's in her best interest.
Can I draw the line right at the door of our hut? The other day, her and Basil played a prank on Hap by convincing him Rufus had mated with a Celebri.
I can't believe he thought they were telling the truth, I said. Zecri narrowed his eyes at me. I cleared my throat. You're right. That was wrong. Very wrong. He pressed a kiss to my knuckles.
I see where she gets it.
Hey, I don't like pranks. I squeezed his fingers. Don't worry, Dad. She'll be fine. He blinked his purple eyes at me.
Dad.
You are that.
Never thought I would be.
Never thought I'd be a mom. Or on an alien planet. Or have a mate with horns and a tail. But here I am. And I'm happier than I ever thought possible. He sat up quickly and pressed a lingering kiss to my forehead before capturing my lips.
Me either,
he murmured.
I have a beautiful Cora Eternal, and I'm a father to a great chit.
Is it what you dreamed of?
Is it the dream you dreamed for me?
I nodded. He smiled.
It's better than any dream I could have come up with. Thanks for my perfect reality, Sib.
I felt something cool slide onto my finger. I jerked back to see that he'd placed a wide metal band on my ring finger on my left hand. What?
I talked to Daisy.
He ran the pad of his thumb over the decorative grooves on the ring.
She told me how to propose. I made this ring and tried to match it to our locks.
My mouth went dry as I studied the jewelry.
You said you wanted to plan a wedding. So will you plan ours? Be my mate, Sybil. Forever.
My eyes blurred with tears. He'd remembered what I'd wanted to do, and he was giving it to me, along with his promise to be with me forever. Z, I whispered. He grinned, clearly pleased with himself, and the sparks of his aura shimmied and winked happily in my mind.
Is that a yes?
I threw my arms around him. Of course it's a yes. I'm going to plan the most fun wedding, a huge celebration. We'll pick our colors and send invites and plan a dinner menu and... His beautiful laughter cut off the rest of my words.
Whatever you want, Sybil. Plan the wedding of your dreams.
I will. I smacked a kiss on his lips that was wet with my happy tears. Because I'm loved by the man of my dreams. This concludes Zecri by Ella Maven, narrated by Oliver Highpoint and Rachel Woods. Copyright 2021 by Ella Maven. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Ella Maven, care of Corvacero Literary Agency, and was produced in the year 2024 by Tantor Media Incorporated. a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.